Alright. I'm done with my sandwich. I'm gonna let the intro play. Sorry for the stalling. I'm gonna do a quick little stretch. And then we can let the suffering commence. Why not use Chains, Boyo, Randomizer mod? Why not? Bruh. Why are you asking like that? Why are you asking that so confidently? That is the randomizer I'm using. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Souls may mend your ailing mind.
My bot links the wrong one. Well, why didn't you say that? I don't even have a command in my title.
Once branded, the symbol of the
What command are you even talking about? DS2 Rando, randomizer? This one? Or are you talking about? Yeah, it's a fucking Elden Ring randomizer. Go.
Future, your very light.
Of course, that doesn't work for DS2.
None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human.
Why are you using the Elden Ring rando for DS2, bro? What?
Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
I am doing one weapon per boss, yes. I know there were some people in Taka's Discord, I won't name names, but they don't like my idea of the one weapon per boss challenge, but I think it's a good idea. I got so unlucky with key items in my PB run. Yeah. Like I didn't watch Ella's run or whatever, but like I refuse to believe he had to pick up every item in the game. Like, did he even have to do those like Giga Monka-S pickups?
Like a moth drawn to a flame, your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time.
I do think it would be cool if maybe somehow there was like a, I don't know about like a hint system, but it'd be cool if like maybe you could find like notes that can kind of like hint you towards the key items or something. I mean, I guess that's the same as a hint in a way, but like in Elden Ring, you know, you could just like, you just like buy the hint and it's like, this thing is here, and it just like tells you. But obviously that's not really as interesting. All right, here we go. Yeah, I use the word like a lot. I've tried to get better at not doing it, but oh, goodbye. Good start. how OP bonfire ascetics can be. You had an ancient dragon soul in Majula and got a free one when you asceticed. Yeah, you know what, I actually didn't really take that into consideration either. Yeah, it's not a bad idea if you get a bunch of good shit in Majula to ascetic. I mean, hell, if you want a power stance, like if you get a good weapon and you want a second one, you could power stance if you ascetic. Most areas I haven't really wanted to use an ascetic just because I don't want the enemies to like get stronger. Oh, sorry, all my stuff isn't. There you go. Oh yeah, I gotta start the YouTube stream. Hold on. Surely this bone wheel isn't gonna run over and kill me here. Oh no. I heard him. I fucking heard him. God damn. Ah, whatever. It's okay. Maybe I should boot up my Twitter stream again. I tried streaming on Twitter for a few days. It was... the chat was like so fucking weird. Alright, is the YouTube stream on? YouTubers? Are you here? Should stream everywhere possible. I mean, it is. It is good to just stream on as many platforms as you can, because at the end of the day, it's like more exposure. I should probably stream on like fucking 5 different sites at once. Stream on like Instagram and TikTok and Twitter and Facebook. I mean, I have 1 gig upload speed. I could stream on all these platforms at once if I wanted. Wait, is this the same seed as last time? Did I? Oh, yeah, okay. How do you feel about the Duskbloods? I don't know. The thing is, we don't know enough about the game, right? Like, we don't know how the gameplay loop works. People are like about the Dusk Woods, but nobody knows. No idea what it's like. I mean, I'm not a huge fan. The thing that I'm least excited about is the fact that it's a Switch exclusive. I just pray to God that it runs at 60 FPS. Because, like, the thing is, guys, you have to take into consideration, right? The Switch 2 hardware is basically the same as the OG PS4. Now, Bloodborne on OG PS4, well, you all fucking know how that went. So, I mean, okay. Is there like an intro skip for DS2? It would be nice if, well, actually, well, You can use cheat engine to speed it up, but I feel like there might be a... Don't even think about it. I mean, it would just make resets faster. Yeah, I'm really concerned that Duskbloods is gonna run at 30 FPS, which is gonna make me really, really sad. And also, well, yeah, that's the main thing I'm worried about. I don't mind if it's like, I mean, I'm excited for Night Rain, and I'm so like I don't mind online being an aspect of the games or anything. Or not, or even like the focus potentially, if you know the PvE aspect is still fun, but you know, I do hope that they're working on like a single player game as well, because I do think that's where FromSoft is at their best. But I mean, who knows? Like Night Rain could be a banger. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. Hold on. Since we said banger, we should probably add Hob banger. That's so cursed. Dude, let me grab the freaking item. You hate it here? Don't worry. I don't expect chat to actually use that emote very often. They're all just using it because I just added it. It has its use case. Ring of Thorns. Listen, if chat spams it... Ooh, Soldier Key. That's a good start.
Are you... then...
What's up, Spliced? They promised up to 120 FPS support on the Switch too. Dude, there was somebody the other day who was like, but like, they were saying, oh, but Switch 2 can run at 120 FPS, and I'm like, okay, that's some fucking copium overdose, bro. Holy shit, if you start with the Homeward Bone gift, you get 30? That's a lot. Can bone all day. Oh no. What the? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no! Oh, it's so slow, man. Oh. What did I... Fuck. Why heal? Because I'm one hit away from death. I should have used those souls and leveled up, but the problem is I'm just like impatient. I need to be more patient with the rando. Like I want to go fast, but going fast is death. Like I probably should have just grabbed the bonfire and then went back and leveled up. Although, oh no. I might have died. Or I might have not been able to rest at the bonfire there. Maybe we should try if we get some like magic spells that are good, and we get a staff for like a pyro flame. We should actually try and use some like magic. Whip. Alright, I'm feeling good about this run. Yeah, I mean, you can do all the speedrun skips that you would normally be able to do, but like... it's obviously way more dangerous because the enemies are different, you know? Ooh, yeah, it is. It's a soul gain chess piece. I didn't know. Nara Alma. Spotted Whip is actually pretty good if you can poison. I need 25 dex though. Yeah, Spacey, it's kind of a bad habit of mine. Cliffhanger enjoyers. Yeah, let's go with that. You like it better with unusable starting equipment? I mean, I don't know. It's... maybe I should go back to the usable starting equipment, because it really... you're gonna switch weapons pretty quickly either way. I don't know if I can refresh... well, I can. It might take a bit to, like, update. I don't know. Oh, I might have broken it. All right, chat. We gotta find another. We gotta find another emote to add to distract from the hob banger. Get chat's attention on something else. Kachi blacksmith. How about disting? Oh god, no thanks. Jorkin? I don't want to add the Jorkin emote. Chat goons hard enough as it is. Very effective heal there. Got a giant. No, the randomizer has logic to prevent a soft lock. Didn't grab the bonfire. Nope. No. Oh my god, no. Oh no. Well, it's probably over, guys. Get whipped. Might be possible to get her to fall, you never know. Bitch! I feel like it's possible to get her to fall, but it's so difficult. Like, even if you're in melee range, she just spams her frickin' ranged attacks. It's so stupid. Yo, Celty, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, man. And Sneaky Era, thank you for the 55 months. Yeah, Alana is, like, really cursed there. I don't know. I mean, if we get Alana there, I don't know. Every single time I restart my game, my controller. Oh, it messes up my audio when I do it too. Yeah, I guess when I'm replugging my controller, it's like breaking the audio. It's really weird. Maybe I will boot up the game through Steam instead of booting it up from the EXE. Maybe my controller won't break them. Well, I think that actually might work. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's switching yeah, it's like the audio source thing that happens when you plug in the controller. Yeah, I think the reason my controller doesn't work right away is because I'm booting the game from the EXE in the folder instead of through Steam. For some reason that's causing issues. Is that the ice rapier? And the berserker blade? Yeah, I want to play through Convergence mod again. It's been updated like a ton since I last played it. They just released a new patch like a week or two ago. So I've been like thinking about going back. No, there's no Convergence mod for Dark Souls 2. Did you beat the challenge? No, but I was close enough that, I mean, I basically feel like I experienced the randomizer to the... I mean, I basically did almost the full randomizer run on my last run. I didn't finish it, but we were probably like an hour away from finishing. Yeah, I'm doing a different... I have to use a different weapon for every boss in the run. And I'm just doing this... I don't know, I just... It's just nice to have, like, a little bit more variety with the weapons. Because like right now, for example, I started with the ice rapier. This is like the best weapon in the game. One of the best. So I could just use this the whole run, and that's all I'm gonna use the whole time. So I just don't feel like that's as interesting. Dark Souls 2 has like 300 different weapons, and you know, in a randomizer you're picking up literally every single item in the game, so you might as well use more stuff. Oh wow, 5 bones. Come on. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, Jesus, what is the range on that? I thought I was fine, man. Holy shit. He studied the blade, yeah, freaking clearly, dude. I felt like I was pretty far away, but I wasn't even like close. I wasn't even close to far enough away there. I'm just reset city, dude. I couldn't even heal there. And of course my iframes are like frickin' potato level. Hey Halo, thank you for the 60 months. Man, this is not a great start to surely I can loot this. Ooh, this one has the life ring. Oh, okay. We've got a decent start here, actually. Good amount of souls. Hey, Halo, thank you for the... Oh no, thank you for the 5 years again. You get a double thank you. Doesn't this helm raise his equip them? Oh.
Okay. For me, you.
Yeah, this is the this is the thing about like the unusable weapons. Like I want a weapon that I can use, but do I really want to get my dex up for the Spider Fang instead of getting HP? Got another soul. I already used them all. Like, I probably should have checked the shops here. Rotunda Lockstone again. Dang. I like just rushing Dragon Rider as quickly as I can. Is there an item in the well? Yeah. Can't really go there. My legs will break and I will die. Oh, the Estus Shard? Yeah. I don't bother doing all the Majula stuff. Like when I first started the randomizer, I would fully loot Majula. I would join all the covenants, check all the merchants, do all that stuff. But then it's like you do all that and then you come here at 10 minutes in instead of 5 minutes in, and then you just fucking die to some bullshit anyways. So it's like looting Majula is not dangerous. There's no reason to do it at the start of the run. We got both of the spider weapons. I'm getting so many free souls. Interesting. Not a problem, chat. Okay, we're gonna buy all the lightning urns. We're gonna buy all of cheese that is available. Archdrake mace. Scam? What? How is it a scam, chat? I mean, I'm not the one doing it, but I... Didn't pay out previously. You know what, guys? It's okay. There's nothing you can use the points on anyways. Really, so... Will that be changed? I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I turn on the camera memes again at some point. I'm way too lazy. I tried setting it up before, but like again, but I was having some issues. I don't really use my camera that often anyways, so. Should be able to time ban other chatters. I would rather not do that. That's kind of toxic. Doesn't really promote. Like, yeah, I'm not really a fan of that. No throwables, sadly. Gurm Great Hammer. I think this thing's actually pretty good. Alright, Maulin, you got any, like, poop or urns or anything? Yeah, but boom, 5 witching urns. We're stacked. Combustion. Oh, a great club. All right, hopefully our forest strat pans out. Oh, Jesus. That was good RNG. Oh, wait. We can get him to fall down, maybe? That is insane. That is actually insane. Like, how, dude, I was so far up the ladder. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, this part in the rando is really bad. Okay, I mean, I shouldn't have... I guess it's kind of my fault, because I, like, fucked around a little bit, though. And, I should have just... I should have went straight for the ladder, I guess. I wanted to try to get the... Try to get the horse to fall down. Oh. Could have used the small bridge to make the first horse fall off, but the first horse wasn't the problem. He didn't even get close to killing me. He didn't even hit me, in fact. So what would that have done? I tried to roll, man. I tried to roll. Just want to play the game. Honestly, I don't think the Gamba should count for, like, the tutorial. Because I just reset here, like, fucking 90% of the time anyways. It should? Okay, well then each Gamba would need to be open for 5 seconds, because... Some of you are just fucking stupid, whatever. I'm not even gonna try to... Not even gonna try. Warrior, maybe? We have a lot of souls to level up, so we could do any class, really. I like warrior, though. Cleric has a... true, it does have an NG plus ring. Sure, you know, why not? Why not? I wonder how many twinklies you start with. 5? That's not bad. It's gonna be a it's actually a good ring. Okay. Yes, we have 2 soul spears. Wow. And a faith sword. That's it. Well, I mean, we are a faith class, at least. Can I... What's the key item that you start with every run? I don't think I start with any key item. I think it's just bugged. Alright, this is not a bad start. We've got 2 fat souls to pop. Not too shabby. And we have, what, 12 faith? So we need 10 strength, 12 dex, 15 faith. Could the key item be the dark sign? You start with the dark sign, so no. What does the mask do? I don't think it actually does anything. 12, 15. Let's get our ADP up to 88. Rest HP. Actually, we'll leave a little bit of souls left over. Three endurance. Yeah, Cleric doesn't have much. Hey, we got a nice coat. Does this robe actually look different depending on whether you're female or male? I feel like the male one is... I don't think it's like cut. I don't think it's... I think it might be different. Yeah, it's like longer. I don't think it's like a half shirt. Like goes to your weight, your stomach. Both are crop tops. Oh, it is a weird... It is... Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game then. I don't know. There's an item at the Covenant. Thank you, Sherlock. Sanctum Shield. Oh, hello, Iron King. That's... seems kind of unfair to me, but... is he gonna pop back up in the same spot? Oh. I mean, this guy is like a free kill. He's kind of tanky though. I don't know, this might take a while. I don't know if this is worth it. Yeah, this is kind of slow. If only I had a resin or like a poison or something. I have 2 soul spears. Okay. L2 is a self buff. Oh, is it really? Oh my god, you're right. Oh wait, it uses durability. This won't hit me, right? Hey, we killed him. 60k, I mean, that's a lot. Wow, the buff adds so much damage. I didn't realize you could buff. Had I known that, we could have killed him so much faster. Well, at least we know now. No, he doesn't respawn. Oh, okay. What are the odds? Oh my god. I feel like this attack is like always bugged. Oh no. Goodbye. All right, I mean, this is a really good start, dude. We've got a lot of supplies, like a lot of souls. What do you got for us, Lycia? Dragon Rider's Halberd. Oh, a third dragon ring? I'm gonna buy that. That's really good. Okay. All right. This is a good start. This is a good start. This is can you farm a demon for a few more levels? I don't know what a demon means. If you're talking about the boss that I just killed for 60,000 souls, no, I can't. Oh, we got the crying mask. How fitting. All right, what is the damage like on this? So 106. How much damage are we getting from this buff? Wow. Dude, this buff is insane. It's like double damage. I mean, granted the weapon is +0, but that's a strong buff. It's like plus 100 AR. The weapon is gone since I used it on Dark Lurker. Did I? I don't think I used any weapon on Dark Lurker. Alright, let's go loot up Majula. Dude, I feel like there's never anything good from the Covenant. Like, they're just a waste of time. Like, I don't think you can get key items. Well, you can get a key item from that pickup, however, but... Dude, I haven't seen the Vanquisher's seal in so long. We had one run where we got it, like, right at the beginning, and we haven't seen it since. It's shit? Excuse me? I will not tolerate this slander. Yeah, I mean, the range isn't great, but... The damage of Vanquisher Seal is really nice, and you don't really need the blacksmith for it to be good. But yeah, the range is rough. I will admit. Got some fire bombs. Some knives. Man, that spell has really high stat requirements. You just bought a bow and crossbow bolts. Okay, yeah, so. If you're telling me that because they don't work together, I know. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. Alright. 92 ADP. And actually, oh shit. Yeah, I mean, the low endurance isn't great, but I would rather have the iframes and the health right now.
Oh my. Bearer seeks soul.
What's up, Nick? What is going on? 50 different people sent you the clip of Crypt. Did you like it? Wasn't it a great clip? Okay, what is this? This is very chill. Pigs. Okay. Got a mage. A big dick man. Got a undead man, another mage. Shield man. Ghost man. Wharf man. DLC man. Oh my god, we got a lot of mages here. Oh. No, no. Dude, that's so fucked up. Why did I go up this fucking ladder, man? Oh, could it be any worse of an enemy, dude? It's... he just hurts me by existing. Oh my god, I should have stayed on... fuck, dude, this game, man. This section is so cancer. It's so bad, man. Oh. I mean, the thing is, like, what do I do? I can't go up the ladder. Like, I literally can't go up the ladder. Because that guy's just gonna kill me by existing. Maybe if I pre-buffed my weapon, but then, like, I couldn't buff my weapon because... I don't know, maybe if I buffed my weapon at the bottom of the ladder, then climbed up, but, like, the bottom of the first ladder? I don't know, man. Oh... I just don't know what to do on this part. It's so difficult. It's so bad. Oh my god. Hey, Riken Knight, thank you for the 55 months. All right. I will be back in a minute. Take a short break.
Perhaps you've seen it. Maybe in a dream. A murky, forgotten land. A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded. The symbol of the curse. An augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
Alright, I'm back. Oh my god, this randomizer is... Dude, the forest fog gate is a big old pile of bullshit.
Like a moth drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish. Time.
What's up, Regal? Like, the problem is there's just no good, like, approach to that area, right? I mean, I guess maybe what I should do is, like, try my best to clear out the area before the fog gate. And then at least I can, like, if things are sketchy, I can just go straight back down the ladder. And maybe, like, bait enemies down the ladder and kill them, like, one at a time. I mean, I wanted to try to kill stuff there. Yeah, it's brutal. But I do think we should probably try to, like, clear out the area a bit more. Maybe not rush it quite as much. Sorcerer and Explorer have an NG plus ring. Let's do NG, or let's do Explorer. Petrified Dragon Bones. How many fire bombs do you get? Is it 10 each, I think? Oh, 30 and 10. Ooh, steel protection +1. You know that they have an NG plus ring if there's a ring slot that you can't see the ring itself. Okay, so we need 15 decks, 15 or 14 decks. Potentially 11 strength, I think? Yeah. Yeah, firebombs are okay. They're kind of slow to use, though. Alright, guys. We are definitely getting this run going. For sure. We are going to be extremely careful in the forest. No more fucking around. We're gonna just kill stuff, take it nice and slow. No more rushing into death.
Are you then?
If you burn an ascetic in Majula, does it respawn the item? Yeah, you can respawn, like, the items in Majula if you ascetic. Could you get max Estus shards then? I mean, yeah, I think I could technically get another one. I think you're right. Spot had an ascetic, so it's in a loop. It's a loop. That might also be true, but that's also kind of cheesy. But I mean, yeah, I guess technically on the seed I could just reload Majula over and over and over again for max Estus. What's your views on farming in the challenge? I mean, it's like a fucking 20-hour run, so you can waste your time farming if you really want, but wow, that was really close. This guy is fucking unbelievable. Dark Souls 2 AI is just... it's just insane. It's just fucking insane. Oh my god. How does Tanimura do it? Please. Whew. All right, first boss down. You can be in the YouTube video. What, the salt compilation? When I die in like 5 seconds or something? Cause, that's bold of you to assume I'm gonna finish this run. Go Dragon Slayer next. I mean, there's just not really any point. I think the PvPvE nature of Dustbloods could be cool. I just really hope the game's not 30 FPS, but it's probably going to be. Wow, 3 bright bugs. Underestimate the power of the Switch 2. I don't know, I just heard that the Switch 2 is on, it's like on par with the PS4 original. I don't know how accurate that information is though. Buy Jester's trousers. Well, you shut the fuck up. I can't use them because they require 14 dex, and if I put them on, I'm gonna get permanent baby jumps. And my rolls are gonna consume my entire fucking stamina bar. So I'm not gonna buy them. Thank you very much. Shit, I am still in the Covenant. I'm not even. I just get annoyed by people backseeing when it's like I've played the game for thousands of hours. I think I know what I'm doing, or at least I have a plan. I don't need your fucking help. I really don't need your help. How much do these do? Not very much. Oh, man. I can't kill these enemies here. We just have to. Honestly, all right, let's take a look. Okay, are any of these enemies able to climb up? Is this guy gonna climb up? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. So we have an Elan Knight who absolutely will not let me open the fog gate. We have a Gurm. We have 2 Hammer Boys. Those guys are slow. Honestly, this setup, not too bad. There is a Porcupine. The Porcupine, the Elan Knight, and the 2 Mages are the most dangerous. And the Ghost guy over there, too. Alright, we're gonna rush straight for the ladder. But this time we're not gonna climb up right away. We're gonna see what enemy it is. And if it's a bad... Okay, what if I like... What if I... Oh. What if I like stand right here? Maybe he'll fall down? You wanna come down? Who the hell just shot me? Who the fuck is shooting me? Who is shooting me? Where the fuck? Dude! Oh my god. Random fucking guy. From like 10 miles away, dude. Oh. I'm still in the Champions Covenant. All right, you know what? Let's go join the Blue Covenant. No, I did notice, but then I forgot. And I also I feel like it doesn't even really matter. Like, the Champions Covenant probably isn't going to be the difference maker whether or not I make it through that area.
That is a what?
Like, it's definitely the enemies that matter the most. Alright, well... Man, if only there was a way to get to the forest, like another pathway. It'd be sick if you could take the... Like, this is the only way there. You have to go through here. Did you loot skulls? The problem with skulls is they only work on like half the enemies in the game. Or maybe like 30%. Like, I can throw a skull, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. Can you use the speedrun strat? Wow, I can't believe I never thought of that. Just use the speedrun strat, of course. Because I don't think alluring skulls work on the knights. These guys. Skirtless parry walk. Don't you have to like change your FPS for that? Wait, skirtless parry walk is not actually a thing, is it? Or is it? But yeah, I don't really plan on using. Like, I think part of the fun is trying to get through the areas. Alright, well, anyways. I mean, because the thing is, otherwise, why not just parry walk past every single dangerous part in the game? Like, oh yeah, just parry walk through all of... Like, why even pick up any key items then? You don't need to pick up anything. Just fucking parry walk past all the key item checks. Like, I don't know. Well, it's time to die. I really don't know what to do here. It's kind of fucking hopeless, actually. Like Dark Souls 2 is just... I mean, I didn't even have a weapon that I could attack with. I could have used claws, which would have been like, I don't know. Like if I want to kill that Elan Knight, it's gonna take like 35 hits to kill him with a pair of +0 claws. And that's just one enemy out of the 15 that are there in the circle. I don't know what to do here. It's like... And the worst part is the ranged enemies that are in the area, they don't like move. They just... The ranged enemies just stand there and they just spam on you. They don't... Even if you LOS them, they'll just keep spamming at the wall. Take it slow and kill all the enemies one by one. Well, the problem is you have like 10 enemies attacking you at once, combined with 2 to 3 projectiles that are homing into you. You don't have time to attack. You don't get to attack. I mean, the thing is, if I just rush the fog door, we could literally spend 4 hours straight here, just waste, like, just getting bad luck. Like, it's... I don't know. It's just, you're not... This room really is, like, the worst part of the entire randomizer. Like, without a doubt. Like I genuinely think everything else in the randomizer is like fine. Well, okay, maybe like the Vanguard and Skelly Lords fight are bullshit, and same with Gargoyles, but I feel like if it wasn't for this fog gate, I could actually like get runs going. We could just go to the forest right off the bat, but it feels, I don't know, that just feels kind of like a terrible idea. Like my reset rate there is just gonna be 99% if I just rush there at the beginning with nothing. Like it could take hours just to get one run going if we do that. I don't know, because I'm just so weak. I get killed in one shot, and like the chance of you getting a set of enemies with no like that are actually that you can actually rush the fog gate is almost like it feels like it's almost impossible now on the new randomizer. Also, thank you for the raid, Taka. Thank you, man. How did your randomizer go today? Hopefully better than mine so far. I'm gonna start with the resins, although I don't really know if that's good. I'm just curious how many you get. 7 wait, why do I have 7 charcoal pine? You've had really good runs. Every single run, I don't think there has been a single time where I've actually managed to... Okay, wait, you know what? I do have an idea. I have a slight idea. I feel like the biggest issue with... The biggest issue with the forest fog gate is that, like, if I could get up that ladder, if I could get up the ladder that's, like the second ladder, it would be fine, but the problem is there's always there's the one enemy that just camps at the top of the ladder, stands, like, directly on top of it, and basically just like I mean, the moment you go up the ladder, you just get trapped. You can't even move. You can't go back down the ladder. You're just like stuck inside the enemy's fucking hitbox, and they just destroy you. At least if it's a super strong enemy. Like if it's a porcupine, I mean, fuck, I don't even think you can like kill the porcupine before it kills you early on. It feels like you kind of have to go up that ladder in order to get past that section. I don't know. Let's go to the forest first. The thing is, it's like, imagine I get past the forest and then I go get some like bullshit boss on Dragon Rider and I die there, then I don't know, man. The start of this randomizer is so brutal. It's actually so brutal. Why not fight the boss at the Cathedral of Blue? I mean, I can, but you tell me, what is that gonna do for me? I will tell you right now, I get 20,000 souls, and then that's it. I mean, is 20,000 souls going to make this area free? No. Not at all. Potential key. There's 2 item checks after the boss, after the Dragon Slayer boss. So, I mean, yeah, it is a potential key, but it's not the greatest chances when, you know, you could also just go down to the gutter or go to the wharf and loot like 45 different items instead of 2. Guys, let's just try to keep the backseating to a minimum and just enjoy. Just let me approach this the way that I would like. All right, it's just like Moonlight flavor. Just shut the fuck up and stop telling me what to do. Okay, just shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of like every second I look over at my chat and it's just some fucking somebody just telling me what to do. Oh, you should do this. Oh, you should do that. You should buy this. You should level up that. I don't fucking care. I don't want your fucking advice. Like, genuinely. I maybe I'm being rude, but like it's actually exhausting. Okay, this guy is... I'm actually surprised I didn't just die. Normally there's like a ranged enemy that's just beating me up here. Okay, so it's 2 hits to stagger this guy. Actually, I don't even know. I don't understand. I don't know how staggering this guy works. Alright, this is actually pretty good. Ranged enemies in this game are just so unfair. He repositioned himself to shoot me. Let's see, wait, does he, will he do that again? Or did I move? Did the ranger move or did I move? Oh yeah, see, no, look, he's moving to the side. He's like trying to get LOS on me. Like it does. The thing is, like the enemies, they're all aggroed to me still, surely. They just don't know how to get to me, so they're just derping around. Alright, well, let's just go for it. Oh my god. This part is it's horrible. It's genuinely just horrible. Like no, well, I mean, if I didn't take that fall damage, maybe I wouldn't have died from the guy hitting me. And I almost feel like the randomizer should just like remove this fog gate. I know that's, I mean, I know that's like cheesy or whatever, but oh my god, this part is fucking dumb. The thing is, it's just, I don't think any of you guys realize how difficult it is to fight anything in that area. It's like, yeah, just kill them, but you have the whole zone aggroed to you at the moment you like fucking go up that ladder, the whole zone is on you. And all it takes, you know, you don't have that much health, so all it takes is, you know, if there's a ranged enemy off to the side, he hits you, you don't see him, then boom, you're stunned, then you get followed up on by the 7 other enemies that are in front of you, and you're just dead instantly. And that's all it takes. All it takes is one little range projectile to hit you, and you're stunned, and then you just get comboed. And like, if there's, I mean, look at right there, there was a frickin' DLC 2 Smelter Hammer guy. He's gonna kill me in 1 hit. It's just really the new randomizer, like removing the memory limitations, just it makes this area extremely toxic. I mean, the thing is, guys, you say, oh, it's stupid to rush there, but like there's there's like 300 item checks that are behind that location. So like, yeah, you know, just don't do it. But like, you're not gonna. There's about like a 50% chance that the blacksmith key is in that past that location. So, you know, you could spend go ahead, spend an hour and a half gearing up for that fog gate, and you're still gonna get fucked the same as if you had came there 10 minutes in, because you're not gonna have an upgraded weapon. You might have like 30 or 40 vigor, but you're still gonna do jack shit for damage, and you're still gonna die in maybe one extra hit. You have high fog gate. You can. Yeah, I'm just gonna start banning people that are being rude. I don't know, man. It's a lot of really toxic people in chat lately. It's kind of sad, but how it is. I would like to be able to get, like, come up with some kind of strategy for that section, but I don't know. It really almost feels like kind of impossible. How are you getting past it before? I was doing the old randomizer, which had a limited amount of enemies that spawned in each zone, and it was significantly easier. Like half of your runs would make it past this section without any issue at all. I mean, I think this version is fine. It's just it is literally that specific part of the game that is incredibly unfair because of the way that the area is structured, the position of the enemies, the density of the enemies. It's just, you have a circular room where the entrance to the room is a ladder and a fog gate that takes 4 seconds to get through with 15 enemies in the circle. There isn't anywhere else in the game that's like that, because in other parts of the game, you can just bait enemies back into safe areas.
Or merely a pool of fate.
But here, the problem is, you go up the ladder and then the enemies are all on you, and I mean, yeah, I think maybe my idea... Wait, do we have the defender? Oh no, it's the Drain. Oh, Drangling Sword's actually pretty good. Alluring Skulls are shit. They only work on like 30% of the enemy types in the game. I think that maybe my idea of like clearing out the enemies in the area beforehand, and then like baiting the enemies down the ladder, I guess, could maybe work, but it's definitely still a huge pain in the ass, especially if, like, you know, if you need to clear out the area and it's like a smelter hammer guy and a horse and a bunch of really strong enemies. It's kind of brutal. What's up, Kriskies? Have I watched Smiling Friends? It sounds like a TV show for like an 8-year-old. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Just never heard of it. Level up health with good poise and go for it. Yeah, that's not really gonna work. Poise in this game is a fucking joke. The only thing that poise is actually gonna do for you the only thing poise is actually gonna do for you is tank. You'll be able to tank one hit, but that's it. Oh my god, this is really... Dude, he's like so fucking thick. I can't... Oh, his body is just so big. It just pushes me around. God, this randomizer is like... dude, I just don't know. I'm actually suffering so badly right now. It's been 2 hours straight of just, like, just absolute shit. Like, we haven't even made it. It's been 2 hours straight and I don't even think I've made it past the fucking fog wall in the forest. You know, I heard the lightning, but I thought that I was running at enough of an angle that it would miss me, but the enemy that shot it was directly behind me. So, yep. Wouldn't it be alright not to re-randomize after you die before even picking your class? I mean, yeah, I can just keep running in and dying to the horse over and over again instead of re-randomizing it, I guess. Not really sure how that's better, but... Oh, wow. Sacred Oath. And Twinklies. This is actually an insane starting class. Craftsman Hammer with Twinklies. And another Twinkly. Like, we already have... If we found Lenegrast's hammer, then this would be like... Or, sorry, Lenegrast's key. This would be... like, such a good start. Oh yeah, maybe Desav. That's true. What is making that sound? What is making that sound? Oh, it is Freya. The hell? More Nadalia souls. Oh wow, warped sword too? It's like my two favorite weapons. Craftsman hammer and warp sword. Come on, please, please, please. Why? Why am I so unlucky? Let's just go to the forest and go die. Maybe she TP's off the ledge. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Surely. She fell last time. She has never fallen. I don't think I've seen anybody ever get Alana to fall off the ledge. Though I'm pretty sure it is possible. But extremely, extremely difficult and very annoying. I would rather fight Nashandra, dude. Because at least Nashandra's easy. Alana's... Well, I mean, Alana isn't that hard, but, like, she's pretty annoying, too. Santo is excited to start competing with you on this challenge. Yeah, Sansa's gonna do this for like 1 hour and be fucking already over it. Yeah, her summon is still broken. I guess I'll go get some health. Alright, we do... You know what, I think we should probably change it back to only usable weapons again, though. Like, the unusable equipment, I don't know. You kind of need to be able to kill stuff. And sometimes you get unlucky and you really, like, just aren't able to get a weapon you can actually use. I just don't want to use Ice Rapier for 20 hours, Kemi, or DBGS, or whatever the fuck. Why was that guy on fire? Oh. Okay, good damage. Alright, we're taking our time, chat. And see, like, this time we actually have a weapon we can use, which is nice. Okay, hello. So the thing is... Oh, man. Slow and steady. Really? You know, it's not the fastest, but okay. So what do we have here? We have a hip. Oh my god. 2 mages, an archer, fire guy. All right. So when we go up, who aggroes? Just these 2 guys? Oh, that does a lot of damage. Is anybody else gonna come down? I'm trying to be methodical about this, chat. I'm really trying to be careful. Yeah, come down. I don't like this. He's so tanky. You motherfucker, Tanimura, I hate you. It's like, dude, there's nothing fucking there, man. There's nothing even there, and I'm just dead. Don't understand. The hitbox is not synced up properly with the visual, and the hitbox lingers for a few seconds after the visual is fully dissipated, so you die anyways. Tanimura Classic, thank you very much. Has anyone completed this challenge? No one has completed the new difficult randomizer. I will say, I was a little bit hesitant as to whether or not the memory limitation being lifted was like actually make it harder or not, but it definitely does. I think the stat requirements for this weapon are relatively low. And I don't know, maybe like starting with Estus Shard is really nice. Maybe I should just use a Bright Bug for that area. I guess I'll start with the Shard though. Okay, I think, yeah, so this is 25 strength. I guess I should always just pick the class where, like, that I could use the starting weapon the easiest on. Because, like, for example, I only need to get 2 strength, and I can already use this weapon here, which is pretty good. Double bonfire ascetic. Okay, maybe we cheat. You know, if there's something good in Majula, let's ascetic it and get a few. There's like a big soul or something. Honestly, with how bullshit the forest thing is, like, we might as well use everything to our advantage. This is so crazy, dude. Like, I don't know if I just got really lucky before, or I'm getting really unlucky right now, or it's just the new rando is that much harder. But I've never been this. I'm getting like so hard stuck. It's crazy. Like, maybe I'm just not as I'm not playing as patient as well, but allow quit outs. All right, another dent comment in the chat. Welcome aboard. Quit outs don't do anything in Dark Souls 2.
Are you?
On bosses they do? Okay, but bosses aren't the problem. You can also just dark sign out or homeward bone. Streamers so toxic. Listen, I'm telling people, you don't need to tell me what to do or what you think I should do. Oh, why don't you do this, streamer? Why don't you do that? Well, I don't care. And generally, I don't do it because it's a fucking stupid idea. They just want to be involved. Okay, well, you know what? You can be involved without needing to tell the streamer who has like thousands of hours in DS2 what to do when you have like 50. Or you've like probably never even fucking played the game before. Oh no, don't poison me. Dude, the tracking of these things is obscene. Alright, wait. I might actually be able to kill this guy. 44. Oh, well, he's moving at least. Oh my god. Can you imagine if that hit me midair? Wait, King's Ring. No! I went so far, man! I thought I had more space. Oh my god. It's this is hopeless. Dude, I was at like 2% equip load, so I rolled like across the fucking universe. Alright. There's also people with 30k hours in these games that know shit about them. Yeah, that's called other streamers. No. No. Or PvPers. Honestly, I don't think there's that. It's a very small portion of the player base that does PvE for thousands and thousands of hours. It's generally speedrunners or like streamers. All right, let's see this salad. Wait, this looks like. Oh my god! Can you imagine if that hit me midair? Wait, King's Ring. No! Can you imagine if that hit me? Wait, King's Ring. Like, look at that, dude. Option the randomizer to turn off getting horsed. Yeah, getting a horse at the start is, well, I don't know, like maybe if you don't run up right away, you can kind of like listen to hear if there's a horse, and then maybe you could like bait out his charge and then run in afterwards. I don't know. The thing is, you cannot roll the charge at this level, because at this level you have five iframes worth of, or 5 iframes on your roll, which is really, really bad. All right, hand axe is a decent starting weapon, or club. Club with a shield. I think I'd rather start with the knight though, just because. Wait. Oh, deprived has a ring though. All right, yeah, let's do deprived actually. Fire bombs, poison arrow, slab. I'm gonna get the resins, and I'm just gonna like spam resins early on to kill stuff, I guess. Havel's shield. So heavy. Wow, even more resin. Yeah, we're just gonna spam resin and just bonk the shit out of stuff early on, I guess. I mean, club is a good starting weapon. But yeah, what's the ring? Oh yeah, the dispelling ring. You know, the funny thing is, I don't even think the ring reflects in the stats. No, it doesn't. Wait, it reflects in this stat screen. Yeah, you get about 100. I think that's about 10% against most elements, damage reduction wise, which isn't bad. Why don't I do the tutorial area? Maybe I should try to do the tutorial a bit more sometimes, but sometimes, like, there's a lot of enemies there. It's kind of dangerous. Dude, so much gold pine. Yeah, Royal Soldier's Ring is good. Alright, I'm feeling good about this run, chat. How about you? You feeling confident? Wait, what? Confident I'll die before minute 15. Yeah, probably. Oh wow, Yearn. What the hell is this Gone Bananas badge? Oh, it's April Fool's thing. Dude, oh my god. Why am I getting so much gold pun? Oh, I don't like this guy. It's fine though. Good RNG. Dude, no, you don't. Do not even think about what you're about to do. Why? Like, why was that enemy already exploding? He was like edging the whole time, just waiting for me. Oh my god. Oh no! I hate this game. I mean, it's my fault. Like, I didn't realize that double axe guy was gonna jump attack me. I don't know. I thought I was fine. I don't give some enemies enough respect, I guess. You just like, you think you know how an enemy is gonna behave, but man, Dark Souls 2 AI is just fucking insane. Honestly, what is like the FOV in this game as well? I feel like I can't even like see stuff that's on my side when I'm like running up here at the start. Feels like I'm at like fucking 50 FOV. I need to spin my camera around more. God, please. Oh. At least we get some nice singing. Oh man. Binoculars, great. I don't know, is this Dark Drift? I don't know the stat requirements of these weapons. I'm not sure. Dual binoculars. I feel like it's better to start with the strength weapon just because it's easier to... Oh wait, this halberd's pretty good. I'm gonna go warrior. This is a good start, I think. It's got a pretty big soul too. The Helix halberd, 20 dex, 16 strength. I think the Helix halberd's pretty strong. Wow. We got a double great hero soul. Okay, 40k. Instantly. Not bad. Hey, Mescom, thank you for the sub. Yeah, this weapon has like a double hit with the R2. $40k souls just to get Horst and Heidi. Yep. Okay, 20 dex, 88 rest health. And then we go. This is a good start. Pretty solid. We have Ring of the Evil Eye +2. Hey, Jojo Star, thank you for the 2 months, by the way, and King Leo, thank you for the 4 months. Mescom, thank you for the sub. I think I may have repeated one of those, but yeah, thanks, guys. Okay, we have Fume Knight. Nice. All right. Whew. Good RNG. All right, we got our unstarted. Maybe we will go try to kill Dragon Slayer. See what it is. Got 2 charcoal pine. Wow. I mean, a ton of alluring skulls. Like, actually, I don't know if I should have bought all of them, but... Oh, Vanquisher's Seal too? Wow. Oh no. My god, I don't even want, dude, I don't even like want to try right now. Hey, MD, thank you for the Prime sub. Dude, the fire ladies are so scary. They're so scary. And these knights really don't do that much damage. It's weird, because I swear they normally do more than that. I don't know if, like, the randomizer's bugged with those enemies, or maybe I just don't remember correctly. I don't know. Boss die when you hold spear. How about you just sit for like 2 seconds and just use your brain that's in your head? How about that? Why am I so mean? Because these comments are so stupid, man. He's completely missing the point. I could buy those gloves. Dragon Seal boosts Estus heal. Does it really? Oh yeah, it does say that. Today I learned. Yo, Golden Army, thank you for the 2 months. Go to the wharf? We will take a look at what the forest is like. Maybe we can come back. Maybe. Maybe. I just find it funny that the rule is to use 1 weapon per boss, and somehow somebody gets the idea, like, oh yeah, he died with gravity, but it's in his hand, so that should count as using a weapon. Like, in what? How do you come to that conclusion? I don't get it. Okay. Okay. How are you not toxic? My god, ranged enemies are so fucking horrible in this game. It's just... oh, it's just so frustrating. Great. course. Of course that guy was waiting for me. Why wouldn't he be? Oh, this makes me feel like sick. I'm just like actually feel like it is sickening how horrible this area is. Please, come jump down. Like, fall down. Please, I beg of you. Yeah, push him down. But yeah. Thank you. It's so bad. Oh my god, who was... Oh. Oh no, there's this guy down here. Okay, wait, maybe we can get more to fall down. I think the other guy fell. I mean, I'm not even like I just don't like I'm trying my absolute hardest and I just it's just not good enough. I just don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. It's so bad. You just can't attack anything because there's just projectiles coming towards you non-stop. Like there's just no... It's so incredibly difficult. See, you say go to the wharf first, but what does that do for me? What does going to the wharf do for me? I go there, sure, maybe get 50, 100k more souls, get like 10, 15 more level ups, but what does that do for me there? Nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, the thing is, like, we have to get past this at some point, chat, and if I lose my run here 2 hours in, it's going to be a lot more frustrating than losing it 10 minutes in, or 15 minutes in. You've been dying for 2 hours? Isn't that the same thing? Yeah, but in these 2 hours, I've tried to get past that fog gate 15 times and not one time, so... But I don't know why I'm even trying to explain this to you. Like... Just... pointless. It's funny, like it's not even the rando that like it's God. Some of the comments in chat just drive me fucking crazy sometimes, man. It's just like just let me reset in peace. I don't need chat to tell me like what I did wrong or what I should have done. Wait, what? What is this weapon? I've never seen this before. It's like a... Is this an NG plus weapon or something? I'm gonna start with this. Curious what it is. Old Mira Greatsword. 33 decks. Hey Squibbers, thank you for the Prime sub. I just decided to turn on local sub. Cause, yeah, it's just a bunch of idiots in non-sub chat just constantly trying to troll me. Or maybe not, or maybe people just genuinely just have no idea. But hey, I'm just going local sub. I'm gonna have way more fun not getting brain damage reading the chat every 30 seconds, so... Hello, Mjolnirs.
Are you? Then
I should have used. Alright guys, full focus, we're locking in. What's up?
Coloring.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Nice.
I sold stuff on the auction house and I bought a lot of angry.
On what? On Blizzard?
Yeah. And
What does that mean?
Like, other rune because I made like 30 tags and they sold for like auction house. I sold them that. But that and I crashed the market or something.
Well, yeah, why would you do that? Oh, okay.
Or upset. I know what that meant, but yeah, now people have cheap tags on them.
Oh,
Now
that's
they're
good.
1 gold on the auction house. So that's a good thing.
Yo, Nighthawk, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Sorry, the moment you gifted those subs, Larkstick came in. She undercut bags on the market by gold, and a bunch of gold sellers are angry at her. Apparently. No, no, dude, oh my god, fuck, dude, Sonic, he like, did you see that? I swear, it was like, I went, can somebody clip that? I feel like he predicted my movement, like, I cut to the left, and then he like, he like predicted me. I was like about to move, I was trying to run to the side of him. Are you even trying? Not, I mean, kind of. I mean, honestly, I've done the start of this run so many times, I'm just reading chat and barely even looking at my screen during the start, but... Yeah, thank you so much for the gifted subs, Nighthawk. Yeah, JRH, just because somebody makes money from streaming games doesn't mean that they need to be treated like shit the entire time. So honestly, go fuck yourself and get the hell out of my channel. Hey, Foruter, thank you for the sub. Am I dead? Oh, okay. I thought I was dead. Oh, that was a YouTube chatter. I've started reading the YouTube chat more, though I tend to regret it at times, but there's some nice people on YouTube. Also some idiots, but that is the life of being a streamer. It's just like... The problem is when you're doing something frustrating and you also have to deal with people being toxic, it's just like sometimes it's just a little much. Like if I'm chilling, then I tend not to be like those comments don't annoy me as much, but yo, Tricerato, thank you for the 3 months. And again, Nighthawk, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs, man. Thank you, man. I don't know, man. I just need to get like more mods in my chat, honestly. I don't really like. I think I'm the only person that ever like times people out. And to be fair, like I don't necessarily want mods. Well, I don't know. It's like if mods are timing people out, I want them to like know what I would like to be timed out. I don't want people to get timed out like unjustly necessarily. They're just fucking around, but ooh, we got key to the embedded. Pretty good. Evil Chemi needs to become a mod. Evil Chemi would probably ban like half of chat. Would that be so bad? Probably not. It's incredibly unlikely. No, I'm just kidding. There's just, I feel like me and Chemi are on the same page of like realizing how stupid comments are at times. Okay, Dex ring as well. I'm never gonna get a run going today, chat. I'm dying. One shot? One shot? You know what? I could have baited out his charge on the bonfire, but the toxic rat probably would have killed me either way. Hung out in Jinxie's chat. Oh god, yeah, that guy's chat is probably like super bad. But I mean, I don't know. There's some like the thing is I like when my chat I don't want my chat to just be full of toxic shit because then I'm never gonna want to read it. And I like interacting and reading chat, of course. So yeah, the last thing I want is that my chat to become that. Hey, Roz, thank you for the bits. Danny Mean, thank you. Jack, thank you. Angvid, thank you as well. I mean, there's some cases, Chemi, where like it's pretty obvious that somebody should be like timed out or banned if they're just being like purely toxic and like negative, but yeah, I mean, it just depends, I guess. Yo, DJ, thank you for the $2. Oh my god, I really like, guys, this is brutal. This is like crazy. I've been streaming for 3 hours and I can't get a run going. I can't do it. Fall control. How much in do you need for fall control? Yeah, we could do early gutter. Honestly though, chat is already 10 times better now that I'm in local sub, so it's all good. I really didn't think that I would need to go local sub for DS2, but yeah. Hey, Sir Atheon. Thank you for the Prime sub. Local sub doesn't make it better, but just less people. Well, no, it does make it better though, because the thing is, like, people who are subscribed to me are way less likely to be toxic assholes. That's just a matter of fact. It's not to say that it doesn't happen sometimes, but yo, Forutair, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Now all the toxic people sub to dist. I mean, they can give me money and then they can get banned if they want. That's fine by me. I'll take their money. I banned you for saying stay positive. There's no way I banned you for that. You're trolling. Oh, oops.
Bearer of the curse.
Oh yeah, wait. How much do I need for fall control? The thing is, we don't have a we don't have a staff. Oh, it's 15 int. All right. Oh. Okay, 50 lockstones. Nice. Thank God. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I didn't remove that guy sooner. Hey, Blue Midget, thank you for the 2 months, man. Thank you, thank you. Used to be professionally speedrunning this game 10 years ago. Professionally, yeah. There were insane professionals like Oginam and Sanso. The most professional Dark Souls 2 players. Miltons. We're all just a bunch of nerds just raging at a fucking video game. Oh my god, okay, okay. We're actually maybe cooking with a decent run. Leningrass key. We have 1 shard to get +1 mace. We do have 2 crowns, yeah. That guy's gonna fall. Will those track me? I'm so scared of like the boss pushing me off the ledge. I hate it. Dude, please. 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 Please! Just fucking die! Come on! Yes! Thank you! Oh my god, this randomizer is killing me inside. No, you can't push her. Man, I might need to take like a day break from this randomizer. I think I know why Ella went to go play Last of Us. Oh my god. I do want to play that look outside game. I don't know, maybe we should consider starting that. How is that game, chat? If anybody's here has played it or seen it. Alright, how much damage do we do with this? Alright, that's not bad. "20-hour run was going so good," yeah. I will say I really do need to like try to lock in more though and really try to I'm definitely still playing like a little too impatient at times. I should really just try to play like as much of a peach as I can. Some situations just seem so like unsalvageable, but I should still try, even if it seems extremely grim. I shouldn't just throw the run away necessarily. I mean, it's not like I do it on purpose, but you know, if I see a bunch of really fucked up enemies, I'm just gonna be like, whatever, I'm just gonna YOLO it and hope it works, and it never works, but well, yeah, if I mean, if I know for a fact there's no way I'm gonna make it through, I will leave and come back later, but like, I don't know, sometimes you kind of have to go through in a way. You don't really have a choice. Alright, +1 mace.
Seek souls.
+2. That's good. Oh, and an Elizabeth mushroom. All right. Yeah, I'm fully focused this run, chat. We are doing it this run. Surely. Life ring. Nice. I'm gonna buy some holy water. Leave the covenant.
Oh my.
No, 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 chat. This is the run. Have faith. Alright, well, we have a +1 mace. I'm just gonna go all health. More health. Yeah, we have 88. Alright, more HP. 27 HP. Huge. And we have Ring of Steel Protection and Life Ring. Alright. We are going to the forest. If it's super messed up, I will leave and I will go to the wharf. I will stop just inting my runs here, and I will go to the wharf. Because the thing is, that's what I've done before, and it actually worked out okay a lot of the time. Like, it's pretty easy to run through the wharf because there isn't, you know, a room with 15 enemies and a fog gate. Oh, the moon butterfly skirt too. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of this. Okay, you know what? If I hug all the way to the left, will this guy aggro? No, that's good. That's okay. Hey, 1 is better than 2. Alright, I am playing as carefully and coordinated as I can. No more goofing around. Okay, I don't think we should have attacked that guy. Well, it's okay. Alright. It's okay. Hey, Kun, thank you for the Prime sub. He heard my swing. Alright, we've got a Mimic here. Okay. Okay. Alright, so the thing is, when we go up this ladder, so there's a few enemies that will aggro. I'm gonna pop a life gem just to get full HP. Oh no. Kind of hoping they would like fall down, but okay, let's see what's at the ladder. See, okay, this is what's strange. Sometimes there's like no enemy here. Like, did this guy notice me and then decide? Oh, I'm really, oh gosh, wait, that's really dangerous. Is anybody waiting here? No. I just healed like 15 enemies. Okay, yeah, you stay right there. He's not gonna stay right there. He looks like he's going to, but I guarantee he's gonna show back up. He's just waiting for his moment to strike. And all these enemies are so... I feel like they all... Guys, it's happening. We're doing it. God, this guy does not... Wait, do I have poop? Oh, no poop. No, not the kiss. No! And that's all it takes. You go for you go for 2 hits, and you get stunned by 7 attacks in a row, and then hit 20 feet through a tree. I'm just not patient enough, I guess. I don't know. I should have just waited longer and just been more careful. I mean, I shouldn't have went in there, I guess. It was kind of dumb. It's just that guy was spamming ranged on me and I wanted to get rid of him. But This is like this is crazy, guys. I'm like, I am really struggling here. And just do one attack every 10 minutes area. Yeah. I might have been able to just run over to the fog gate at one point there, to be honest, but we had killed enough of the enemies where I kind of just wanted to finish killing everything and then loot the area, but once we make it out of the forest, we're fine. I mean, it's a bit of a bold claim. It's not like you're guaranteed to be okay, but yeah, I mean, that is the most toxic room. It is really, really, really difficult. I do not know how I'm not dead. Stratus to lure enemies over to the other side. You see, the thing is, you say that, but then you forget the fact that ranged enemies in this game, they don't move. They'll just stand where they like the ranged enemies will just stand where they spawn and they will just spam their ranged attack 7 million times at you and they will never move. They just don't care most of the time. I mean, they can move, but it's like very difficult to actually get them to move. Like, ranged enemies in this game are actually really obnoxious. Because even when you LOS them, sometimes they won't like run over to you to try to melee. They'll just stand there and either do nothing or just spam ranged attacks at like the wall you're hiding behind. Enemies in this game, it's like whoever designed the AI for this game just specifically made it to be as annoying and trolly as possible. It really does feel that way at times. Like, you'll have an enemy who, it's probably just a coincidence, but it's crazy. You could have an enemy in like a doorway, right? And you could run like 30 feet away from that door, and that enemy will just stay in the doorway. It's like it knows that you need to go through there, and it will just plant itself there and refuse to fucking move, like, ever again. It will just camp that doorway for the rest of its fucking life. All right, I'm gonna go straight to the forest, chat. I cannot keep losing my runs like 15 minutes into this. It's just, I just can't. It's too much. Let's just go there and just reset over and over. I guess I don't. I don't even know anymore, man. Level up with the soul you have. Oh yeah, it is an 8. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's 8K. Could be better. It's alright. Created the first self-learning AI. It feels like this, dude. There was like a point in the rando the other day, and again, like I'm sure it was just a coincidence, but it was funny. It kept the AI kept doing different attacks, and then it finally hit me with one different attack, like a new attack, and then it just kept spamming that attack that it had hit me with, like 8 times in a row. Yeah, the freaking enemy learned. Every copy of DS2 Rando is personalized. It really is crazy how this has been a extremely demotivating day. Yesterday, I thought yesterday was bad, and this is like so much worse. I was like, oh, you know, yesterday was bad, but today will be chill. We'll get some good runs going. Like that is how I started my stream today, with that thought process. And here I am now, 4 hours deep, unable to get a run past like one boss. This one looks promising. Kind of. Okay, let's see. When I drop on this... Yep. Oh man, I gotta say I really like the DS2 rando, but this room is actually like depressing. Like this is completely fucking despair. It's really this room is just so horrible. It's just there's nothing to hide behind. You're just in a giant open area with a bunch of people just shooting projectiles at you. And like the worst part is half the projectiles in this game are like homing and well, they like home in onto you, and some of them are slow, some of them are fast. So you almost always have some sort of projectile coming towards you in this room at all times. So it makes it so incredibly hard to actually attack anything. It's just, it's just so difficult. I mean, like, when you go up this staircase, not everything aggroes. Which is nice. Like, see what I mean though? Like, I'm behind this and the enemy just doesn't care. It will just sit there and spam its stupid magic attack over and over and over again. Okay, these guys don't have that much health though. I think we definitely don't want to aggro everything in the arena. Okay. All right, chat. I think we climb up the ladder. We hopefully try to kill whatever the 3 or 4 enemies that aggro to us are. And then we just go for the fog gate, I guess. I think that might be the best bet. But the only problem is if some of the enemies are ranged enemies that aggro you. Oh no. Oh. Despawn, kill them one by one? I don't really know what that means. I don't know how you despawn kill an enemy. Never heard of that before. Oh, you're talking about killing them 15 times in a row? It's gonna be like a 200-hour run if I do that. Yeah, Mario, I've been resetting for 4 hours straight without getting anywhere. And chat was tilting me so hard I had to put it in local sub. Because it was just people constantly recommending what I should do. Telling me what I should do. Today has not been a great day. An enemy like pushed me off a ledge with like a magic attack. But the thing is, so we're on the randomizer that I had my PB of 35 on, and the one that Ella finished was a version of the randomizer that what do I want to start with? Let's go swordsman. It was a version of the Rando which had a memory limitation on it, which meant that you could only have like 8 to 10 different types of enemies that would spawn in a given area. But now that there's somebody in chat who fixed that, so now you can have like a million different types of enemies in one area. And yeah, the frickin' fog gate in the forest is, dude, I'm like actually losing my mind right now. I'm like really struggling. This is actually so difficult. But I'm gonna try it. We try again. You mean fixed in one place because you couldn't get out of that one area? What are you talking about? The mod previously, you could have 8 to 10 different enemy types in any given area. Now it can be 99 different enemy types. I don't really understand what you're getting at. You mean set a limit for the forest? Yeah, I mean, I could do that, but I don't know. I mean, I do feel like not every run that I've lost today needed to have been lost. I do think there is some approachable way, like a way to approach this that there's gotta be a way to approach this and make it through. Or there has to be. It's just... Wouldn't that make it where you have a chance to get 10 DLC horses? Well, yeah, but... Like, okay, the reason why this area before chat is it was so easy, right? Is because there's only like 2 different types of enemies that spawn in that circular area with the fog gate. It's like all hollows and like Heidi Knights, right? So you only get like 2. In the previous randomizer, there would be 2 types of enemies in the area, and that's it. So, you know, and there's half of the enemies in this game are piss easy. Like if you get these mushrooms, it's just, that's it. That's it. It's done. If you get the hollows, it's easy mode. Like there's so many enemies. There's so many enemies that are really easy to deal with. But now you're always going to have 15 different enemy types. So there's going to be, it's like almost guaranteed that you have some toxic ones in the area. All right, we're gonna go up, chat. Here, this is how you do it. All right, I'm learning. Okay, Oh god. I mean, it's... I don't actually see... Why is there so many of these guys, huh? I mean... Okay. So it's in a lot... Alright, so the 4 enemies that aggro are the ones around the tree. Those guys don't aggro. Maybe we can get them to fall down. Hopefully, if we wait here long enough, hopefully they will fall down. Okay, that's one. I just hope he can't shoot me. Did this guy lose me? No! I'm dead. I don't know why I tried to heal. But I couldn't jump down the ladder because I would have died to fall damage, and I couldn't climb back down it because a pixel of his leg was blocking the ladder. I should have just ran, I guess. I don't know, guys. This is so hard. I mean, like, right there, I go up the ladder, I have an Elan Greatbow Knight shooting at me. I have a mage shooting at me, and a spiky frozen DLC guy running up at me. Like, I need to dodge a melee guy with 2 rangers shooting at me on repeat, non-stop. Nothing I can do to block them or, like, avoid their attacks. Take a break. Please don't. I'm just gonna tell you right now, telling somebody to take a break is just, like, you're not my fucking mother, okay? Don't tell me to take a break. Can I really use this axe already? I mean, this area is just incredibly difficult. It's so difficult to approach the area because, like I said, you're guaranteed to have multiple ranged enemies, and you can barely roll in this, like, I don't know. I've explained myself enough. I'm getting really tired of just repeating myself, but this area used to be pain in the speedrun. Not really. Have you... Yeah, I mean, you can get fucked up enemy combinations, like on the bosses, Mario. But this fog gate at the forest is just... It's just, like, obscenely stupid. You don't have any way to approach the enemies, that's the biggest issue with the fog gate there. Like, the enemies, they don't chase you down to the lower area. They just derp out at the ladder. And then see, like, you almost like have to fight them up there with the pack. You can't bait like one enemy out on its own. I mean, you kind of can, but it's such a tedious and annoying process. Man. Okay. We have so much souls. My god. If it was Bloodborne, you'd only get 5 levels. Yeah, Bloodborne levels are really expensive. Oh, God, I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying to stay positive. This is really demoralizing, though, genuinely. I'm like trying my absolute hardest, but this game, these situations are so difficult. It's just, it's so hard to avoid damage in this area. Hey, Sealander, thank you for the 11 months. Luring skulls are shit in this game, and they don't work on any of the enemies that you would want them to work on. Alluring skulls basically work for pleb enemies that don't do fucking anything. And all the enemies that can absolutely rail your asshole wide open are completely unaffected by alluring skulls, so. I like how that attack just combos. Like, I was spamming roll there, and I just couldn't roll. He just hit me, he just gets to hit me 3 times in a row. I can't do anything. I don't know if that's because of armor. Maybe I need like more armor on. I don't. I actually don't know. Okay, so if we rest here. Okay, so what we do know, if we rest here, we can avoid those 2 guys. Is there an enemy here? Okay. We kill them 15 times, yeah. Alright, just give me a... Okay, that's good damage to his butt. Okay, guys. This is it. This... Oh. This is it. Okay, so the poison guy is gonna aggro. The Elan Knight's gonna aggro. Okay, see, way more people aggroed this time, and I'm not really sure why. Alright, gentlemen. Is a barrel boy there too? Can you not backstab these guys? Oh no, I didn't mean to fall. Oh god. Do I have a resin? I do have a poison resin. Cool. I thought I could get past them. I should have. And then I thought I could hit him with my R1, but I can't because you can't hit stuff on your feet in this game. I should have rolled. I really thought I could get past him there. That's my fault. Completely. I could have killed him, but I didn't consider the fact that my R1 wouldn't hit him. I didn't consider what would happen if I didn't make it past him. I don't know. I thought there was a gap to get past him. And then I panicked, and I couldn't even really roll. I couldn't even heal because he's gonna hit me again before my heal finishes. How can this area be so incredibly like it's vile how fucked up this place is. It's just gross. It's so gross. There's just nowhere that's safe. Like, you go up the ladder and you have a 50% chance of just getting stuck on the ladder and killed, and then you go through the fog gate and you get fucked. You try to bait enemies down the ladder and they just fucking derp out and refuse to actually drop down. It's just, there's no winning. You could have attempted the gate in the previous run. The thing is, there was 3 melee enemies directly next to the fog gate, and the moment I went up to the fog gate, they would have aggroed and attacked me. So, unless they all 3 melee enemies just simultaneously decided to AFK and just let me pass, it wasn't gonna happen. You outpoise them. Well, you can... So the way poise works in this game is that if you have enough armor on, enough heavy armor on, you will get enough poise. You'll be able to poise through 1 hit, and then you need to have your poise regenerate. So basically, you can, if you equip armor, you can, and you get to the fog gate without getting hit once, a single time, then you will be able to poise through 1 hit of something. Whether it be a fucking arrow or a magic attack or, well, some stuff can't be poised through, but basically you could get 1 hit that could be poised. But if you get hit before you get to the fog gate, then all of your poise will be gone, and you won't be able to poise anymore. So... At least I believe that's the way it works. Because in the speedrun we would equip armor to potentially poise through a hit from a mage when you're going through like the Amana fog gate. You would pick up the Faram armor in Drang Lake Castle. In 75% of the runs you made it through, you just YOLO'd through. Yeah, but in 75% of the runs that made it through, I was using a different version of the randomizer. That is way easier. I forgot to use the soul. But yeah, you're backseating. You say you're not trying to backseat, but you're backseating, but you also don't know that I'm on a new version of the Rando. Like, I've tried to just YOLO it multiple times today. You know what happens? I get hit by a ranged attack, and then I try to run away, and one of the 7 melee enemies runs up and hits me once, and I die. That's what happens. Halfway through the fog animation, range attack to my ass, half health gone, run away, 1 more hit, dead. And that's what's happened every time. So. I'm trying to take my time, but man, it doesn't even really feel like it matters. I don't know. Hey, MK, thank you for the sub. Oh, I just want to play that. Like, this Rando is genuinely a lot of fun. It's just, dude, like, this is so fucking bullshit. Just this one part. The thing is, in every single other area of the game, you can bait enemies backward and fight them one at a time. But you can't do that in this area. That's the issue. What the fuck? Why? Why? Like, what? Oh my god, I think we finally maybe got lucky once. Oh no. Why? Oh, I can just... Oh. God, okay. Oh, thank God. Oh, no. Oh my. Oh, Jesus Christ. Please don't. I don't want to say it. Uh. I'm just depressed at the moment. Like, it took me 4 hours. 4 hours to get past that fog gate. And now I'm probably just gonna die to some bullshit instantly. And open the door and I get a sword to my face. It's a DLC 2 enemy, I think. The rando is so much fun when you actually get a run going, but my god, it's like you're just stuck in the early game for so long sometimes. It's... Oh, makes me sick. That area is just... It's so unapproachable. Huh? Oh, I don't have any fire bombs. And the worst part is, chat, that I still need to go kill Dragon Rider. But I mean, I guess if it's like... I guess we can see what boss that is ahead of time at least. But I don't understand, like, why? What? Where is that enemy from, for example? Like, why does he have 700 or 800 health? I feel like those hollows should be weaker. it's from the memory. Hmm. Oh. Hello.
What a joy to...
Hmm. Okay. Well, we have 6 Titanite shards. If we find the key, we will be able to upgrade. That's good. You didn't go on the wall. There isn't an item there. There is no item on the wall. There's a corpse on the ledge. Nope. And this broadsword kind of sucks. What? This is fine. Everything is fine. Okay, we've got a lizard. What is wrong with this game? Like, that's insane. That is just insane. I didn't look at what it was. Oh, this is okay. Spell damage modifier while human. Interesting. More Titanite. That isn't really anything I want. We got a run going. Yeah, I don't know how it's actually possible. Like it was never gonna happen. This has been like such a demoralizing day, genuinely. It's kind of crazy. Honestly, I kind of feel like the rando should just remove that frickin' fog gate in the forest. I mean, I guess that would be too easy. It's just, oh my god. Like, that section, it really just feels like there's almost nothing you can do. Like, it really does. I rarely say that. Oh, no. Okay, you know what? This is fine. I have a plan. He won't charge me if I'm behind the wall, surely. Come on, come in here, dude. All right, you know what? I think though tomorrow, chat, we're just. I know I was flaming somebody in chat about this, but maybe we will just completely avoid the forest and just go there like an hour or two in. And I mean, I don't know. It feels so bad just spamming resets there. Like maybe even, I mean, it also feels bad resetting there an hour or two in, but. At least maybe I will have like a bow at that point. Okay, that was good. You say Wharf is just as fucked, but that is not even close to being true. Because there's... Like, I mean, there's a bonfire right behind me. There isn't any single section where I need to go through a fog gate. So I can basically just, and you can de-aggro the enemies all over the place. The wharf is like, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like it's nothing, not even close to being as toxic as the forest. It's honestly kind of like a joke in comparison. I mean, I rarely die in the wharf. However, I die in the forest like every single time. Oh no. That's not good. Oh, please no. Oh no. Did that hit the wall behind me? Pretty sure it did. I don't want to get poisoned. Ella used up all the good seeds. No, the Rando just used to be a lot easier. Surely this mage won't shoot me with like a missile from 10 miles away and like yeet me off a cliff. Alright, please don't be something terrible. Alright, that's okay. I can deal with that. I'm really glad that didn't hit me. Oh, I did not like that. I don't want to use this, but I also don't want to die, and I don't have other fucking healing equipped, so... Okay, you know what? That's okay. That very good effectiveness out of this old Radiant right now. Okay. I should have leveled up with the 60,000 souls I had before, but it's okay. Oh yeah, goodbye broadsword. Alright. I will say the run is looking to be in okay-ish shape now, so that's good. It's over now. Dude, as long as we're not... The hell? Like, genuinely, nothing else in the Rando even comes close to that Forest of the Fallen Giants fog gate. Except for, well, I guess like the Gargoyles and Vanguard fights. Like some of the, there's like a few boss fights that are pretty bullshit in the randomizer, but in terms of enemies, like zones that you have to go through, Nothing else even comes remotely close. We also have, like, no healing. We need 15 dex, 22 strength. Seems decent. What's the damage like? Plus 56? It's not amazing. I mean, I guess we could also use the war pick, but this thing has no scaling on it. Yeah, we have a lot of ADP. I don't know, it's like so important though. Do we have an Estus shard? We do. What the? I'm so happy we actually have a run going, chat. Like, I have so much fun when we actually can make progress, but god, being hard stuck in the forest is just like so despair. Holy crap. Where's all the enemies here? Can you not backstab? Oh shit, soldier key! That's nice. Why is this pig, like, so tanky? I don't, like, I don't get it. Why does he take, like, fucking no damage at all? Why? Oh, no. Man, my weapon kind of sucks. I'm fucking suffering. Why does this thing do no fucking damage? Like 100... I'm supposed to be doing 160, not fucking 40? I don't get it. Maybe the... Maybe the, oh no. Okay, we're gonna rush and see if we can get this. Okay, that's bullshit. You did it again? Did what again? What am I supposed to do? Alright, well we have soldier's key, so we can go the other way. I saw a video of somebody, or like, there's somebody else who was doing the rando, and they were able to run up and push that barrel before the enemy pushed it, but I don't know, maybe the AI like activates once you go through the gate there, or something. I don't really know. Because I feel like I should have been... What the? You can only do it the second time you go there? Oh. That might be it. Dude, why do I do no damage? And he bleeds? Not on me, though. I like how I missed that attack. That's fantastic. Amazing. But we can actually loot the lower room. Oh no. Well, that does a lot of damage to this guy at least. R2 is good. I can't really. Oh my. I guess this is what we bought these for. He's gonna one-shot me if he hits me with his overhead attack. Oh no, you didn't. I can't afford to be at this health. I have to. Is this worth? Well, we just wasted 18 of my water potions on it, so but I'm gonna waste all my heals here as well. This is... Thank you, game. $500 later, yeah, dude. I mean, it was the DLC key. So it is actually kind of worth it, but... Oh. I was partially expecting that guy's attack to like go through the wall and kill me. Just like I had a slight feeling like that could happen for some reason. All right, wow, Smelter Demon Gauntlets give so much defense. Are you fucking... This fucking game. Yep. Of course. And he's got like 7 million fucking health. Oh. Honestly, dude, I feel like pre-upgraded weapons should be more common in the rando. Oh my god, I'm just fucking running. Oh great. Okay. This is fantastic. There's a poison statue next to a guy stuck in a doorway. So when I go to attack the guy in the doorway, I'm just gonna get poison up my asshole the whole time. And here comes this fucking idiot. I don't have anything else. It's fine, I can hit him in his head, surely. I just, yeah, with the spear. Come on, aim down. Aim down! Please! Why must I do this? Oh. He's just spamming attacks! Bro! I'm sorry! 1 HP. Oh no. Oh no. Why? Oh, another guy stuck on a doorway. Great. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I mean, I didn't want to rest there, but I need to... Because now the frickin' mammoth's gonna be in the way again. Wait, he actually made it out this time. What? I mean, that's good. Dude, I can't. Alright, you know what? I guess I'll just go to Pursuer. Oh no. Alright, see you later, man. What have I done to deserve this fucking bullshit? No! Please, jump out of the fucking... Just jump out of the damn frickin' map, please. I think we need to bone out, guys. There's no way that hits me in his butthole, right? Okay, good. Alright, let's go to last giant, I guess. We can check. The other direction here. This has to be the worst seed we've ever had. It's just the new Rando, man. Like, the new Rando, you're just guaranteed to get like fucked up giga shit enemies. Like before it was just, it genuinely was like easy mode before. Because you would just get seeds sometimes with a bunch of fucking piss-easy enemies. Oh no. They plan to add scaling. You can turn scaling on if you want. The thing is, scaling is kind of boring because then it's like, oh no, it's a DLC enemy. Oh wait, they hit for fucking 2 damage and have 200 health. Like, who fucking cares? Nothing is dangerous anymore. Oh no, it's Burnt Ivory King, except he has 1,000 health and doesn't do any damage. Okay, we actually got this guy to come out before. Well, I don't understand. How was he able to get out before? Okay, if I go over here, will the priest come over here? See, this is what I mean with, like, ranged enemies in this game. I mean, he is coming over, it's just... God, you have to wait so long. It's just insane, like how annoying this situation is. It's fine. This heals a ton. I can't even deal with this poison statue, and it just sits right next to the enemy the whole time. And they track your every fucking move. Please. Okay. I don't know what to do here. There's a giant. That's cool. I have no healing left. Okay, we baited her out. That's good. Alluring skull dist. Use the alluring skull. Okay. We have no healing. Well, we have 2 Estus at least. But, it's a bow of wand. Oh, there's Santier's spear in here. Wow. It's a really good weapon. We need healing. More than anything. I don't know, guys. This run is looking kind of Jover, I'm not gonna lie, but... I don't know if there was any healing at the merchants. Here, I guess we can go check. Why is it over? Because I have no healing, and I don't really know where to go anymore, because I can't do Pursuer right now. I mean, maybe I could do Pursuer with the ballistas, but I feel like he's just gonna keep... I think he's just gonna keep destroying... Wait, did I not check these merchants yet? I got the double cat guy. Oh, there's a mushroom. The hammer's good, but we don't have enough stats to use that thing. And it's also going to use my entire stamina bar if I swing it one time. And it's going to put me at like 100% equip load. But it is good. I agree. No, we don't have Leningrass key. Alright, well we do have 3 heals at least, so that's good. Also, Sweench, thank you for the 69 months. Lord Be Goodwin, thank you for the 22 months. Alright. Why have we moved to 1 weapon per boss? Because that's what I want to do. I think it's more interesting. I don't know what weapon I want to use here. We'll have to like wait and see what bosses there are. Yeah, we do have a bone dust. Oh wow, wait, oh my god. The Mailbreaker has... Is there like a different value for backstabs? Does that not have to do with the counter strength? Because that did so much damage. I don't think it's counter strength, because like the rapier has insanely high counter and it doesn't do jack shit on a backstab. Those guys are very weak to criticals to begin with. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Can we use Murakumo? No. I mean, we could well, let's go in and see. I don't know what weapon I should use for this. The Badent. I can't buff the war pick. Yeah, no, we definitely don't want to do that. Alright, I guess we'll use the Badent. I don't know. It's not bad. Okay, buddy, can you not? What should I get for dinner tonight, chat? Damn it. Oops. I got the 4th hit. I wonder, can you poison this guy? Really? Oh, I could have. I guess Rotten Pine would have been good. I don't know why, but he just seems like he would be poison resistant for some reason to me. I guess because like frogs can be like poisonous, I guess. Make the poison weapon from his soul. It's also true. And bounce. Dude. Dude, can I stop bouncing on this fucking idiot's face? Thank you. shockwave and more dark pine resin. Okay, well, that was not very, very great. Alright, goodbye, Gargoyle Badent. Killing that cat will be a problem. Yeah. This run's been going for over an hour. Yeah, I know. It's like it's a miracle. Just need to upgrade a weapon. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Shoot, I don't know what I just got there. So if I backstab this guy, how much does it do? It's okay. Here, buddy. Yeah, yeah, perfect. Right into the flames. No. And you know, I wonder, does the randomizer have a chance to spawn every enemy's like NG plus variant? Because man, it feels like sometimes enemies just are so freaking like tanky. Oh, I did forget the chest, didn't I? Oops. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, red phantom enemies do not exist in the base game, though. Those are like NG plus enemies. Like this black phantom dwarf. I don't know if it's just a color, like if it's just color, but like, yeah, this. Actually, wait, no. There is actually one red black phantom dwarf in Belfry. But there's there's definitely been a lot of instances of other ones too. This weapon is so ass, yeah. The pickaxe moveset is really interesting. I don't even have a homeward bone. I think I just need to dark sign out though. I don't know if the guy down there is petrified or why he's just standing there, but I mean, where do I even go now? I guess we can go to the copes. We should probably go to Betwixt and see if we could find the key. Just wish we had a better other side of the forest. Oh yeah, that's true. We could do that. Yeah, let's do that. I do feel like the key has a pretty good chance of spawning in Betwixt, though. Like, maybe it is a good idea just to loot Betwixt, like, early on. I don't know. I can't see a thing. That is... I'm just glad I'm actually able to play the game right now and not just reset to the forest a million times in a row. Yeah, we don't want to loot that chest, guys. The pickaxe, I don't know if it does like double damage sometimes or how the heck this weapon works, but sometimes I feel like it hits so hard on the follow-up swing. Wait, do I have... I don't actually think that's a setting, a game setting you can even change. Like even if you're locked onto an enemy, you can still do directional inputs. Okay, I don't know if we missed any items here. I think we got them all. Hey, Typo, thank you for the 2 months as well, man. Thank you very much, bud. I think we should go to Betwixt. I feel like the key is there.
However,
Hey, we have 4 Estus at least, so that's good. Four Estus plus 2. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Oh, we never looted the first item here, I don't think. I mean, it's unlikely it's the key, but you never know. Can't remember what this section was like. The giants. This doesn't look too bad. You said moments before death. Hey, caught him. Thank you for the 34 months. Oh, I could go for some popcorn. Salad. No, I'm just looking for the key. Leningrass key. Why is Dark Souls 2 AI like this? There's not a horse. That's good. Oh, okay. Ooh, red rust. Oh, okay. This sword is actually good. I think. Okay, you know what? We're gonna bait him down. We'll just bait him down the ledge. Can maybe bait in. Okay. Yeah, this is alright. That's fucking ridiculous. God, I just like... Nice. Just do a fucking full spin mid... Like, how? I thought for sure he wouldn't be able to fucking rotate a full 180 degrees and hit me there, but... Of course he can. Of course he can. Of course. Do I have anything to trade? Prism stones. Guess that's it. Come on, please give me the blacksmith's key. I beg of you. We should go back and get our heals just in case. We only have Estus right now. You know, chains should make it though that all of the blacksmith keys are like early and not just Leningrasts, I feel like. Because I think, or well, maybe that is how it works, but I feel like you never find the Fang key. It's like always Leningrast key that you find. Or the dull Ember, yeah. Alright, well, another absolutely cancerous position of enemies where they just stand there and just camp. Okay, actually, not... It's just for Leningrast? Yeah. You should honestly make it for all the blacksmiths, because the thing is, all the blacksmiths are accessible fairly early. Like, you can get to... I mean, Leningrad is like the easiest if you find the key, but... This is so... I mean, I don't even know what to do. I attack the mage and I get hit by the other guy. It's just like unavoidable. There we go. You backstab this guy? You can. I wonder how much damage the Mailbreaker does. Backstab. Probably not much. It's like the same. Come on, give me the key, give me the key, give me the key. Well, 3 shards. I mean, that's nice. Alright, what do we got in here? Do we have any ranged attacks? Any bombs? No. Oh, we have old radiance now. The plunging attack was nice, except for the fact that it drained my entire stamina bar. Like, full 100% stam loss. So I couldn't even frickin' avoid... Vessel shield +3. Okay. That's nice. Vessel shield is super good. Still no blacksmith key, though. And we don't have a fragrant branch. I mean, what? The key's in the gutter. I mean, I have enough health. Yeah, I guess we just go to the gutter. Pickups near the fake moonlight guy. Well, there's only one item pickup there. But I can go run over there and be disappointed for you. Maybe you're right, though. You know what? If the key is here, I'll give you VIP. Oh, one in the cell with the mob. Okay, yeah, you're right. That's true. There's two. Ah, better luck next time. Jesus, chat. So bloodthirsty. Santier's spear could be really nice to use too. He's bloodthirsty as Ella's chat tomorrow. Why? Because he's doing Last of Us 2 or something? I mean, I feel like this rando run, though, really goes to show you, chat, like, how big of a difference, like, that one section of the run is just so bullshit compared to everything else. Surely I have enough health for this, right? Yeah, we're fine. Wish we had. We don't have any items that reduce falling damage, do we? I don't think there's any gloves that reduce falling damage. So I should not have. Should not have healed again there. Oops. That was a waste. I was like half expecting that guy's attack to like somehow shoot out of his asshole and hit me. That's just like what I've come to expect from this game. How he's spamming the fucking projectiles. Oh man. Ranged enemies in this game are just unbelievable. Ranged enemies in this game kind of feel like ranged enemies in Lords of the Fallen in a way. Yeah, the like leading shots is so ridiculous. Where this worm is from? It's from the gutter. Like on the way to the rotten, they're in the little holes and they like burst out. Try to knock you down. Hello, Alex. Don't see another Aldea here. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I hope not. We should probably put our flame butterflies back on. Will I do it again when he plays Last of Us 2 tomorrow? If you're asking me if I'm gonna do Permadeath Last of Us 2, no. I never plan on playing that piece of shit game again. Thank you kindly. Okay, I mean, I will say, Last of Us 2, like, I really hated the story. I can at least respect that it is, like, a good game graphically, and, like, the gameplay is alright and everything, but yeah, the story, horrible for me. I'm sorry, I hated it. I hated it so much. The last half of the game with Abby, I just didn't give a fuck. It's like, okay, imagine you're watching, alright, you know what? No, this probably isn't a good analogy because some movies actually do this. But the thing is, with a movie, it's only 2 hours. And with a game, it's like 40 hours. But imagine you're like watching a movie and they show you the fucking climax like halfway through the movie. And then they just cut back to like Like it just pissed me off that halfway through the game I knew how the game ends. Except now I have 20 hours that I have to play to get back to the point that I was at. Playing as a character that I didn't give a fuck about. Like, that was my issue. I really don't like this, guys. Are you serious? Oh my god. This is so fucking bullshit. This is horrible. This is really, really horrible. Maybe I can poison him while he's gonna push me off, dude. Oh my god. I hate it here. Please don't hit me, giant. Can I poison this guy? Can. Poison is so good, man. I honestly think poison is probably one of like the strongest things in the Rando. Abby was the best part for you. I really didn't like how they introduced the character. I really couldn't, like, I mean, I could understand that they were trying to get me to sympathize with her, but I just didn't care. Like, it just felt way too forced. Like, why did they have to make her such, like, so, like, evil at the start? Like, I mean, I get, like, she was mad about whatever happened with her family, but, like, I don't know, dude. It's just kind of crazy. They want you to think that she's just evil and show that you were jumping to conclusions. Yeah, but like the way that she killed him was like fucking just pure evil. Like, yeah, let's like kill her. Let's kill him in a horrific way in front of somebody she loves. Like, why? Like, how am I supposed to sympathize with this character? I don't know. Just my opinion. Wait, is there more items in here? No, I don't think so. I mean, as much as I hate Last of Us 2, I can, like, completely understand people and liking the game. It's not like I cannot like a game and still respect other people enjoying it. Unlike some people in chat who are like, can't comprehend doing something like that. Oh no. Everything is so scary here. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh. Spear fight. Just blocking each other constantly. So stupid. Oh my god, you idiots. Oh, dude. Are you, like, fucking serious right now? Like, you cannot fucking... You cannot be real right now that this dog chased me from up top. That's insane. The Path Master, yeah, well, he's an AI, so he gets to cheat, and he knows his way through the gutter. Why is there so many enemies here? Gonna run off? Do you have to dark sign here? I don't know. It feels like you kind of have to. Drop down? Drop down where? Telling me beneath me here there's a floor? Where am I? No. Dude, I fucking hate this place. That was a little bit obvious. I don't know. The enemy was up above me. I dropped off the ledge, ran forward, and then boned out at the ledge. But the enemy managed to drop down and attack me. If I dropped down into the other room, there was going to be a Heidi Knight waiting for me. You cleared that room already? Yeah, except there was a Heidi Knight in the room down there because he fell. I mean, I literally saw him. He was there. The problem is I barely had any healing left. I should have just dark signed out, I guess, earlier. I don't know why I didn't. I should have just dark signed right away, but oh, that gutter was so bad. Oh my god. But we had to loot up the gutter because we still didn't have the blacksmith key after like 2 hours. Honestly, I will say I think that I think that if chains could make it so all 3 of the blacksmith keys are like early, that would honestly be a lot better. Like if you could either find the dull ember, the fang key, or the dull ember fang key or lemongrass key, because it feels like so, I don't know, finding the key early on is so strong. Do you need dull ember plus torches? No, I think you just need the ember. Why don't you have key items remain in original location? Because then it's basically just a speed run, and you just end up running through every single zone. I mean, well, it's kind of hard to run through the zone with a lot of enemies, but I mean, the fun thing about a randomizer is like the RNG aspect. So if you just make everything spawn where you know it's going to be, then it's like, is it even RNG anymore? Yeah, I can check where the key was. Lemongrass key was in the forests in the pile of enemies in the Cancer Foggate area. So the thing is, chat, I'm going through all of my cheat sheets, and I don't think Lemongrass Key can spawn in the gutter. I don't think the gutter is an early area. As far as I can tell, it can only spawn in No Man's Wharf, the forest, or Betwixt. So if we don't have the key after looting those 3 places, then it's just not... Then we missed it. So yeah, like on that last run, we shouldn't have went to the gutter. Funny enough, majority, it looks like it, yeah, it's basically always either in Wharf or Heidi's or Forest. Those are only 3 spots. It's just we didn't loot all the items in that. There's 6 to 7 zones that count as early. I don't think that's right, Salad. I mean, I just went through like 35 cheat sheets, and it was Forest betwixt Heidi's and Wharf every time. So if it is possible for it to spawn in gutter, it's extremely unlikely, because like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I could check even more. I might try to start another run. I'm gonna take a short break and have like a little stretch and maybe get some water. I don't know if I've seen it spawn in the pit, but maybe it can. I don't think it can spawn in the gutter though. Should go to the forest later with all the stats and gear and stuff. Yeah, I think you're right. All right, I'm gonna go get a drink and take a short break. I will say though, Salad, like if he could make it, I think for variety's sake, it would also be more interesting if he made it so you can get like all of the blacksmith keys early. Like the Fang key, or well, Fang key isn't as relevant, but like being able to get Dull Ember. Like if you get Dull Ember, then you know at least you just have to kill the Flexile boss, and then you can basically get blacksmith access. So yeah, it'd be kind of nice. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. Man, if we ever get an area randomizer for DS2, that would be so cool. That would be possible. I have no idea. Or imagine if it was possible to like you had like the randomizer logic set up so you could spawn in like any area of the game. The thing is, I don't know how like backtracking through areas works. That would be like an extremely like complicated thing to do. I mean, it's cool that we have the randomizer as it is in the first place. Some cases it could be impossible. Well, it's just a matter of like either designing elevators and like fog gates to work from behind. I mean, it would be like a very big task. But hell, I mean, when there's a will, there's a way. I mean, that one guy added Halo weapons to frickin' Dark Souls 1. Sword is this Drake Keeper sword? Lobo's sound effects is not your favorite? Not? You don't like Lobo's sounds? Okay, we have to kill this guy. There's no item that way. Doesn't this lead to the... Oh wait, no, you're right. I was thinking this leads to the ladder, but no, it doesn't. I'm mixing it up. Dude, whatever that buff is so disgustingly OP. It reduces the damage the enemy like, was it like 95% damage reduction? What the hell is that? Token of Fidelity. Well, we checked everything in Betwixt at least. We just really need to prioritize getting the blacksmith key. It's really useful though that we know how it works now. Should be a bit easier to get it. The first item of the map. Yeah, maybe we should just try to grab that from now on too, just in case. I mean, the chance of that item being the key is very low, but it would also be really shitty if we looted every single other item and then that the very first item 10 seconds in is the key we need. I guess maybe I should grab the Majula bonfire and then just like dark sign back. Forgotten key. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. The fact that I got that so early makes me feel like something might be behind the door. Potentially. Oh, we can't really go to the pit yet. Oh. Look at that. Now we just need to not lose the run. That's the hard part. I have the blood by ring. Oops. 1 HP, woohoo! Wait. What? Dude, oh, okay, he moved. What? That was weird. Why did he not move the first time? Second dragon ring. Ball control. All right. Well, we got the key, which is great. The stupid covenant. No, I don't have infinite shops on. Oh, we got double Seldora. That's nice. Alright. What do we got? We have Vendrick? Okay, that's doable. He's going to one-shot us, though, I think. But it is doable. You run around half naked? Dude, it's just the stamina regen is so fucking bad. Like, when you have high equip load. Leave the Covenant? Ah, fuck it, I don't care. Roll distance would kill you? Yeah, that's fair. I was really close to dying. We're fine. I don't know if I should buy those, but we've got a 20k soul. I don't have much healing.
Oh, done so soon.
Ooh, DLC key. All right, be careful for the lingering Petri. Okay, so we can go back, and I can't remember how many Titanite shards the vendor sold. I think it was 4. I mean, we could get... We need to level up a little bit. I don't know if we should go to the forest yet or not. Maybe we'll... Oh, man, the start of this rando is just... It's just so... It's so brutal. It really is. I really feel like if it was easier to get the branches, like if the branches weren't all in one location, I really do think it would be I think the early game would be a bit more chill, because the path to like Shaded Woods is not nearly as dangerous, I feel like. Oh man, if only we could get +4. We're 1 shard away. Going all health. I feel like leveling health in this game also just isn't that impactful. Or, I mean, it's good, but I don't know. I feel like in Dark Souls 3, you go from like 10 HP to like 30 and you're like, you're a fucking god. I should have leveled up my ADP. Oh no. Is that Aldia? Fuck. I'm not going in that room. Oh, I don't know if I should have looted that item. That I feel like was kind of dangerous because there was a ranged enemy nearby. Fucking Giga Poke, dude. I got a chill enemy. Oh. Never mind. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. I thought I could sneak through there. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just tried to fight the DLC guy. I should have tried to kill the... the enemies. I just really didn't want to be stuck in that room. Oh, and I was still in Champions Covenant. I'm surprised nobody said anything. Or well, I guess non-sub chat was probably freaking out, but that's fine, it's my fault. I mean, you guys said it earlier, and then I forgot. Alright, well, GG. GG. You did say you didn't care. Well, I didn't care if I was in Champions Covenant for the sake of making Dragon Rider fall off the cliff because he dies in one fall, regardless of whether or not I'm in the Champions Covenant. But, I did want to leave afterwards, but I forgot. It's my bad. That is my bad. Did I have a chance to bone there? I mean, sure. I could have. Don't really know what that would have done. Apart from just make me run through the whole area again. Oh man. It honestly feels like you just never get easy enemies in the rando anymore. Like every area is just fucking hell. Like it's it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many toxic enemies, and then like on top of that, it's just you just die. Yeah, I don't know. It's it's just crazy. You know what's funny though? I set it so classes can start with catalysts or ranged weapons, and I swear I don't think well, maybe I haven't been paying enough attention, but I feel like none of the classes start with those anyways. The horses and Sonics. Dude, it's so much more than that though. Like the horses aren't even, I mean the horses are bad, but there's so many dangerous enemies in this game. Like it's crazy. Honestly, I kind of want to put up I kind of want to increase the percentage chance for a boss to spawn though to 2%, because honestly the early game is hard enough as it is, and I feel like at least if a boss spawns you can like it's a nice reward, because the runs that end up actually continuing are the ones where you get some like juicer fucking 200k souls, you know, 10 minutes in. Like those are the runs that survive because you're so overpowered. And like at least if you set the boss chance to 2%, you'd be more likely to get some more souls and stuff. I had one with a catalyst and soul spear, put it to 100%. Well, that's just dumb. Oh yeah, no, we do have a crossbow on this guy. Thing is, I wouldn't want to start with just, all right, hand axe, poison mist. Starting with the resins. There's a better way to spread out the difficulty throughout the run. Yeah. I tend to agree. I feel like we've made the early game a little too fucked up, and like the late game ends up being a little too easy. I feel like it would be better if the early game maybe was like somehow if we changed it up so the early game is slightly less torturous. No, I don't think I've actually ever failed the waterfall jump. Funny enough. Well. Okay, hold on, let's... It's so hard to fight two enemies at once in this game. Hey, 5,000. Scary doggy. Oh my god! Good RNG! Oh my god, it's good RNG! It's a Christmas miracle. Man, these iframes are not great. Hopefully that dog will just fall down. Come on. Yeah. Why do I feel like somehow he's gonna, like, jump the gap? Come on. He's gonna kill me. Yeah, it was a good run, guys. Man. That's amazing. I can't get this item. Look at how fucking stupid this goddamn thing looks. Look at his face. Oh my god. Can't even bait him out, man. Please tell me, just... I really hope that's not the blacksmith key. Please don't be the key. I gotta say though, I'm feeling I'm in a much better mood now. Ever since I turned off local sub, or turned on local sub, rather. Mm, 3 shards. Antiquated key. I feel like this rando though, with a few modifications, could be like, it would be like a 10 out of 10. I wish that there was a bit more like variety at the start of the run in terms of like progression potentially. But I'm not really sure how one could do that. They can make cat ring an early item. Yeah, something like that could be nice. I mean, there's a lot of items in the game that reduce fall damage, and you don't need to, like, you can get to the gutter pretty early. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go to switch 2. Fragrant branches. Well, I think the branches are early, but there's only one pickup for them, right? So I think what Salad was suggesting, instead of getting like all 25 branches at once, you get like, there's like 5 different pickups for it, and you get like 5 each time. I feel like that could be a decent compromise. Or, I mean, you could obviously just have each one be individual. Okay, that's... Alright, this is really good. We have enough... Wow, we can get... Wow, this is really good. We can get +4 already. Oh, no. I don't know where the horse went. Oh, I see it. He will probably fall down, I think. No! Oh my god, dude, no! Oh, you guys. Something really stupid just happened. Oh, you guys probably have no idea what just happened. But... okay, what happened, chat? As I pressed the stick to jump, I barely touched my back paddle, my left back paddle, which I don't even use this paddle, by the way, normally. But my left back paddle is set to use item, apparently. Or it's set to the X button. So as I pressed the jump button, I also fat fingered the paddle, and the game took priority of my healing, and I didn't jump. I was so good too. That was such a good seed. That's so sad. Oh well. Go again. Why not deactivate the button? That's actually what I just did. I think I have accidentally hit that button a total of 2 times that I can remember over the course of all the randomizers I've done. That was the second time. Oh. What are you doing? Dying? Clearly. Imagine though in the rando you just like spawn in some like random zone. That would be so sick. But I guess, well, I guess it would have to happen after you chose a class. Picking up this item is probably not worth it. And for some reason my controller keeps every time I when I'm restarting. You know, my mic's probably fucked up too because it's okay. Wait, actually, let me disable. Let me disable my controller as an audio source. It's, dude, Windows 11 is a fucking joke. Like, DualSense Edge wireless controller. Allow apps and Windows to use this device for audio. Okay, alright, yeah, sure. I clicked the don't allow button like 30 times and it just, nothing happened. And it wasn't lagging because I was able to switch to, whatever, dude. 6. Oh, we should set the boss percent to 2 though, I guess. I mean, hell, dude, there's a giant lord here. That's 100k souls if we come back and kill him. That's kind of massive. Yeah. No way. No fucking way there's 2. Thing is, he's gonna one-shot me. That other one's completely free though. It's not next to like other enemies. Club. I guess we'll just start a night RTSR. Can start with fire seeds. It would be nice if the key or the gift items were also just like completely random. Like you could get armor or key items or frickin' like literally anything as like a starting gift. Because the starting gifts are always there's only like 10 or 15 different ones you can get, I think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not possible to do that. I'm not really sure. Okay. This is potentially a really good start, chat, because we have a 60k soul already that we can go. We're gonna go straight to Majula, pop this, teleport back, kill Giant Lord, and then we're gonna be so strong already. No, the Giant Lords don't respawn. Thing is, it's gonna take a while to kill Giant Lord with the reinforced club, I think. Actually, yeah, it's probably not gonna be great. Starting with the Silky Stones to trade is randomizing the gift. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but then why not? Like, do you like the way that it currently is? Would you not rather have it be completely random? Like, because you're saying that, but I feel like it would still be better if it was just completely random, you know? What's Hob working on? Isn't he still doing like is he still trying to do the like rune level 1 god run or whatever?
So that hope.
I'm actually not sure. I don't know if I should have leveled up this much. It's probably okay. Oh, we got bleed resin and charcoal. All right, I think we check these merchants. Ooh, 2 Elizabeth mushrooms. No, this club doesn't have bleed. There is a club that does, though. It's the Barbed Club. Some guy at your liquor store said I should watch The Distortion. Yeah. That's cool. Gosh, excuse me. Getting some poison would be really nice. For Giant Lord. Silver +2. Arced sword. Dragon Rider Twin Blade. I've heard this thing kind of sucks. We could already go down the pit, like with how many level ups we got. Apparently, one of my viewers was like at a GameStop, and they had my stream playing on like the TV in the store. And it wasn't like the viewer who put it on, or maybe it was and they lied to me, but They're like, I just walked into the store and I saw your stream on the TV. Like, oh, that's interesting. Leave Covenant. Oh, dude, I hate this shit. This stupid fucking Covenant, man. I forget every time. I should just never, I should just loot the item and not even join the Covenant, honestly. This drives me crazy. Yeah, it's just the Blue Covenant takes so long. You have to talk so much. Yeah, I feel like you never get anything good from the Covenants.
Oh my.
Just beat Kazan, I liked it a lot. Yeah, Kazan is very similar to Neo. I mean, you'd probably enjoy Neo too, if you'd like Kazan. I don't know. I mean, for those of you in chat who have been doing the rando, have you seen anything good from the Covenants? Because I really don't feel like it's ever anything good. Life gems? I can't remember. I'm gonna say no. I feel like I always get amber herbs or like burrs from the Covenant. No way. Oh wait, I thought I wasn't doing... Yeah, he can definitely hit me. I mean, we're getting there. Dude, this is kind of destroying my durability, though. Luckily, I bought the broadsword. Not the quickest fight, but hey, you know, it's a lot of souls. Sounds like a cow. Kinda does, yeah. Give me your juice. 75,000. Huge. There is another one over there, but I don't think I really want to fight him yet, actually. I think that's good enough for now. There was the silver serpent that I could buy. I mean, stat-wise, we're looking pretty good. Actually, I don't think we have enough for the Silver Serpent. That's okay, though. Whatever. Hey, Blue, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you very much. Any heavy armor? We probably have some stuff we could put on. I don't know, like, how good armor actually is in this game. It's really... like... I don't know how much it helps. I would love to do some testing. I actually looked it up on Google because I was curious. Like if anybody had done damage testing, but most of the testing people had done is not damage received, but rather damage dealt to enemies. I think the poise can definitely come in handy for like preventing a stun lock. Yeah, elemental defense is really good. You can get up to like, well, you can as far as I know, you can almost become immune to elemental damage in DS2. Yeah, because well, yeah, you could tell that that's how it works since the helmet. Give the curse immune helmet gives like 1,000. Dude, we get her so often here. Nice. Efficient. Alright, I think we go maybe try to fight Dragon Slayer, like, right away. Whatever he is. Let's get the gold pine resin. Ashen warrior sword, sure. Light crossbow. Oh, a butterfly skirt. Ring of restoration, I'm gonna get that. Strength ring as well. A lot of good items here. Alicia. Come here, buddy. In the Ascended mod, you need to reach 1,000 for some fights. Ah, it's interesting. Was that guy building up poison on me during my frickin' during my riposte? That's kind of bullshit. Dude, this club has like no durability. Holy shit. And of course. Wait, dude, what the fuck is going on? No. Alright, yep, just charge across the entire fucking planet. I like how his charge has no limit range. He'll just charge at you until he fucking gets on top of you. I'm so confused. What is happening? Do you not have iframes during a fucking backstab? Is it because of, like, something I'm wearing? No? Really? You actually don't? How do I not know? How did I not know this? Rip God Seed. I mean, it was a good seed, but we still didn't have the blacksmith. I don't know. I should have taken my time. I shouldn't have ran straight up there. That's my fault. I should have, like, I just... Sometimes you can run up here and all the enemies just kind of fuck off and it's just like super easy, but the one guy chased me and then, yeah. And then during the backstab I lose half of my HP. I had so much health and I just lost. I mean, I had armor on there. I almost feel like I got hit by. I took that partial hit from that enemy because I had armor on though. Because my roll went such a little amount of distance that I was just I rolled and I just stayed inside the hitbox the whole time. I probably shouldn't have went for the second life gem. I don't know, that enemy was so far away, I thought it was fine. I wonder if that charge attack that he does actually has, like, no range limit. Yeah, sleepy. Maybe it's good just to, like, do it depending on what area you're in. Like, if you're in a chill area, you can... oh my gosh, dull Ember. The funny thing is, the game doesn't... That's just pure RNG. The dull Ember is not guaranteed to spawn early on at all. So that's actually just really lucky. Ooh, Explorer has an NG plus ring. I'm so fat. Dark Quartz plus 3. Oh, oh joy. No, I didn't increase the boss chance. That backstab though, that was so weird. Like I feel like that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, come on. Any day now, game, please. Yeah, you're supposed to get damage reduction. But it definitely didn't seem like I took reduced damage. Because he did like 50% of my health during the backstab.
Are you?
Alright, well, we can say screw Lenegrass this run now, though. Since we have the Dull Ember, we can... I mean, we can hypothetically just go straight to... Wharf, kill whatever Flexile is, and then just get that blacksmith. Lost 1,000,000 points on Gamba? Yeah, well, clearly you shouldn't have been a believer. I'm assuming you lost your points for believing, because all I've been doing today is dying. The upgraded Havel's chest gives 400 base fizz. Yeah, but the thing is, like, how does fizz resist work? Because it doesn't work the same as elemental. Like, if you have 1,000 physical resist to slash, strike, and whatever the other one is, rust, I guess. Even if you have like 1,000 defense against that, you're not like immune or anything. Get a flat reduction added. Yeah, that could be accurate. What? Can we make this guy fall off? Probably. Oh right, I forgot he like glitches out. You know, let's just kill him with this weapon. Do I have a resin? Really, a bleed resin? It's fine, I'll get a sick dex buff. Plus, like, 2 damage. Ugh. I don't even think these guys can bleed. But it's Dark Souls 2, so I also wouldn't be necessarily surprised. Huge stagger. No lightning for... oh. Oh no. Some wood arrows. Alright, goodbye, broken straight sword. Can't say I'll really miss you.
Offer your souls.
It's so stamina efficient. That's fair. It does have that going for it. Yeah, I think we just go straight to the wharf, see if we can try to kill whatever Flexile is. Just level up our health a little bit. Hey, K-Boss, thanks for the Prime sub. My God. Guy was charging me down, dude. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, it's crazy that enemies will just run at you and they just like won't stop until they get to you. Like in all the other I feel like in all the following games, you know, Elden Ring and DS3 and stuff, they have like limits on that. Am I gonna play the Wilds title update tomorrow? I might check it out, yeah. We'll see. Oh yeah, the Duskblood interview. True.
Oh my.
I don't think that many people are actually gonna be buying Switch 2 for Duskbloods. Mainly because it's a multiplayer focused game, but I mean hopefully we'll have more information from like how impactful PvE will be versus PvP in the game. Like how he can't even see me. His butt sensed me, apparently. Dude. If I died like that, that would have fucking sent me overboard. Like, I didn't even mean to do that second roll there. I did not do the input for that. Oh. Why is he so strong? I don't understand. I don't fucking understand this randomizer. I swear some enemies have like increased DR or some shit. Like, genuinely, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, but even if he's a late game turtle, why does he take half the damage? Is that just how they work? They just have 50% DR or something? I hate looting this item. Every time I do it, I'm get scared. I almost just died. I almost just died again. I should maybe stop coming up here. Alright, I am not looting that other building. Not until I get stronger. You get iframes when you get backstabbed? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Bertolana? Yeah. Please don't be blue. Well, it was a good run. I mean, we have bright bugs. If we get a little bit more HP and mushrooms plus bright bug, maybe it would be doable with the mace. Maybe. Probably just gonna go die in the forest, but that's okay. I've come to terms. Are the horns different in the smelters? Probably. There's probably some, like, anatomical differences that I'm unaware of. That's a big soul. Oh, even more souls. Oh. Buddy? Oh my god, I'm fucked. Rest! Rest! Oh, oh my god.
Bearer of the curse, seeks
Yeah, we could go check Dragon Slayer. I know the key can spawn up on, like, the chest. And maybe the items behind Dragon Slayer as well. I don't want to take... I don't want to take any fall damage. My heals are so limited already. Oh yeah, the Radiant Life Gems at the store. Is he gonna walk off? No. Looked like he wanted to. Okay, that mushroom, not a problem. This caster, probably an issue. Because this caster, not even kidding, like, if I leave it alive, it will probably cast at me from down here all the way up here, hit me with like an AoE and knock me off. Oh. Dude, why? How does my riposte only do 140 damage? Like, I don't fucking get it. That's so incredibly shit. Like, I swear, some enemies, they have, like... like, increased damage reduction or something. This game is unbelievable. Like, dealing with multiple enemies is just, it's like, it's vile, honestly. The other ranger is at the bottom of the staircase now. It doesn't help that every single one of those enemies there had poise too. So like, I don't know. It's my fault. I need to kill every single enemy one at a time. Like when you get multiple enemies on you, it becomes exponentially harder to deal with them. Like the problem there is I can't, even if I R1 them, they just poise through it and then they hit me, right? And then they can potentially start a combo and then the other enemy just kills me instantly. So like, it's never safe to attack unless I like backstab. And the funny thing is that wasn't even like that bad of enemies to deal with, but even just those two enemies alone with the mace was just horrible. It's just, I go for one hit and I'm just potentially dead every single time. To just getting comboed out. There was 3. Yeah. I mean, I made the same mistake as last time. I could have killed the big guy. Like, it was just the big guy and it's my fault. Like, we could have been fine there. I could have killed the big guy, the big bulky guy, and then I could have killed the archer. And then we could have soloed the other dude. So it's just impatience. I don't know. I don't know why I ran up there because I died the exact same way earlier tonight. I just got impatient. I was getting annoyed trying to fight that guy. It's like the enemies, you just end up in these situations that are so frustrating. Like you dodge an enemy's attack, right? And then you go for a hit, and the moment you go for that hit, you get a bolt in your face. So then instead you dodge the enemy, and then you try to dodge the bolt. But then by the time you dodge the bolt, the enemy is doing another attack again. And then you dodge that, and then the enemy's doing another bolt again. Like, you see what I'm getting at? That's like how this game goes sometimes. How lucky have the runs been? Not very. Honestly, decent amount of the deaths are my fault though. Just like being too greedy. Some better weapon RNG would be nice. Yeah. I wish I knew which weapons... Like, I know of some good weapons in the game, but there are definitely other ones that I've probably been, like, skipping out on, not realizing that I should have picked it. Yeah, I was thinking about changing the chance for the boss. %5. That's a lot. Hey, Junta, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, man. You know, Yearn is probably so strong in the rando. Like, maybe we should start as sorcerer. But the thing is, we're probably not gonna have a catalyst. Like, we would need to get a staff if we wanted to use Yearn. Getting Flynn's ring early on is so good. We haven't seen Flynn's ring at all yet today, though. We did have a run yesterday with Flynn's ring that I unfortunately lost. Yeah, Yearn works on most enemies in the game. It's basically like an upgraded alluring skull. Saw the King's Ring? Yeah. For 2 seconds, yeah. This game really does make you feel, though, like, how Dark Souls 2 is easily the hardest game out of all the Souls to fight multiple enemies at once, I will say. Because, you know, you just can't spam roll in this game, and if there's multiple enemies attacking you, you just don't have enough stamina to do things. Like, you roll twice, you attack, you're out of stam, and now the enemies will destroy you. Yeah, and you can just get completely stagger comboed. Yeah, but it's more methodical gameplay. DS2 is still kind of like reminiscent of DS1 in my opinion, where it's kind of like still on the slower end of combat wise. So yeah, makes it really difficult to deal with groups of enemies. Honestly, using magic would be cool, but I feel like it's so hard to actually get magic to get it going. Ooh. Key to the Embedded is so good. Need 20 decks though. DLC mob will take 1,000,000 casts to kill. You're probably right about that. Key to the Embedded is actually a really, really good weapon. Like, incredibly good. Blue? Oh, Jesus. Oh, come on. No. Honestly, it would be nice if Dragon Rider actually gave you the souls of, like, the boss that you got to die. That alone would make the start of the rando feel, like, much, much better. Well, we don't even really need anything.
No need. And fight with tools.
I don't think we've seen Blue Smelter in that spot ever, actually. I've seen the red one. Okay, Vessel Shield. Is he, like, stuck? This rando is so stressful, man. It's just... Oh, it is like... It is just so brutal. I'm feeling better today. Kind of want some, I want some dinner soon, though. All right, 20 decks. Well, we need... Or 16 decks, actually. Get the rest into health. I might go to the first bonfire in the forest. I don't think I'm gonna go to the fog gate yet. We haven't seen the branches for some time. That is very true. I don't think we've had a single run today where we got the branches yet. Which seems kind of unlucky. I don't know. Like we have not seen the branches at all yet today, I don't think. My ADP is at 5. That's 6. It's not great though. The Keyblade is so good. That is... I like it queued that item pickup from like 5 seconds ago. It was incredibly weird. We have a lot of heals. Like this game, it does things that you just can't fucking believe, man. Nice heal. You gonna heal again? Ooh. Like, why does he not stagger at all? Like, I don't fucking get it. What did I hit him twice? He just has infinite poise, I guess. I thought because I was able to stagger the burnt Ivory King guys that I'd... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's actually a big part of the difficulty of this rando too, is that so many enemies have crazy amounts of poise, and it makes them so safe, like unsafe to attack. You can't stun to safely attack something. Wait, did she just... That was strange. Alright. It's all good, it's all good. This is really good, though. At least we have a good weapon. Oh, no. I'm not going up there. Oh, no. If I... Holy shit. I think if more weapons came pre-upgraded, that the start of the rando would feel a lot better, to be honest. I really think that would be like, if there was an option to include, you could like scale up the weapons, like set the upgrade levels in the config or something like that, as to like how far something is pre-upgraded by. Because it's weird. I feel like I used to find weapons that were pre-upgraded more, but it really hasn't happened. I guess it's just really rare. Because we do have a Vessel Shield +1, for example. I feel like all the loot should be pre-upgraded to some extent, between like +1 and +3. Ivory King Helm gives you stats. I don't think so. It's all good. This fight's doable, although... Man, Keyblade is so strong. Like, look at this damage. Unupgraded. Well, you can't upgrade this weapon, but like this is just how strong it is. Such a good weapon. Is he gonna buff himself? Perfect. Yeah, no, this weapon is really, really good. And a Red Iron Twin Blade and Defender Greatsword. That's the one that can be self-buffed with the lightning thing. Although, I'm kind of an idiot, chat, because I forgot I was doing the one weapon per boss challenge, so I should not have used the key here. I have the Red Iron Twin Blade, but it can't be upgraded yet. I don't know, see, this is the thing, though, that's like the so RNG about the run, is that your damage capabilities are so dependent on the weapons you get. Because while there are a lot of good weapons in DS2, there's a lot of shit ones. And like, getting Key to the Embedded, or there's like, I don't know what I would say are like the best potential like starting weapons, but why one weapon per boss? Isn't it bad enough? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough. It's just for variety's sake. I mean, we don't have to discard the weapon. We can definitely, I mean, we could still use the weapon for, like, killing enemies, I guess. It's just we can't use it for any bosses anymore. Like, I guess we don't necessarily need to throw the weapons away. I guess it's just easier to like keep track if you throw the weapons away, that you're not like using them again, you know? The key has to be used later. Yeah, I don't actually think you can discard the key. No, you can't. The Defender's Greatsword is actually pretty nice with the self buff as well. I mean, it's no Key to the Embedded, but definitely not bad. Isn't the club okay for starting? I like the club for bosses, but for killing enemies, I'm not a huge fan. The range is kind of ass. So like a lot of the time, you have to be so close to the enemy to hit them. And when you're fighting multiple enemies at once, like hitting an enemy with a club isn't that great. Great club is better, yeah, because it can stun. Like it does so much posture damage, and it can like pancake enemies. Power stance clubs has good poise damage. The thing is, stunning an enemy in one hit is like the most important thing. If you stun the enemy with your hit, they are not attacking you. You know what I mean? Like your windows for punishing become so much less when when it's not safe to attack into an enemy and stagger them. Like all of these DLC enemies, if you hit them with a club or a mace, they don't get stunned. They just poise through it and they just hit you in the face. So like, if you have two enemies on you, well, power stance great clubs, I don't know about that. Because that's, I think like one attack with the power stance great club uses like your entire stamina bar. But two-handing it, it's not bad, I think. Yeah, great club's really good for the horses. And I think those like DLC enemies can also get pancaked. Like the Sanctum Knights, or whatever they're called. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna check these merchants real quick. Radiance, okay.
Nothing.
We should probably go check Betwixt. Oh, Dragon Talon. And maybe go do... Alright. Let's go do Ornstein. Man, if only they added a balm that gives health. That one would have been sick. I wish. Yeah, I think it's a good idea actually not to throw the weapon. Oh my god, that... Okay. Lock in. Don't do the same mistake. We always do the same mistake, alright? We're gonna take it slow. And die. To a porcupine. Okay, this is great already. I'm so scared of the porcupines. Oh, this game is torture. Yay. I love losing my health for existing. Oh, what the? Okay. Oh no. I mean, I have 93 agi at least, so that's good. It's kind of awkward though. Can I poison him? I wish I had some poison. Oh wait, I have dung. Nope. I mean, we can kill him. We're getting there. Oh, he's... Oh, I thought he was doing... It's okay. Do the range attack? That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. How the fuck? What is that hit? What is that hitbox? That's wild. Oh, Jesus. Maybe it like goes further out to the side. This hardly seems worth it. I mean, it's gonna give like 80,000 souls. So it's just really... If I didn't have the Keyblade, I wouldn't even think about doing this, I think, but... Come on, do the range attack. If he does the range attack, I could finish him off. Oh, there we go. Alright. Oh, 56,000. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why? Why does it have to be this enemy? Please, dude. I don't know where the fire's... Dude, the problem is I can't fucking tell where the fucking fire is coming from in the first place. Okay, it's that one. So stay on this side. Now it's on this side. Oh. Comes out of his left arm. It comes out of both arms. It alternates. Okay. Well, we can actually use this weapon. The Drakewing Ultra Greatsword. Or we could just use the Butcher's Knife, maybe. Oh, Ring of the Embedded. Well, I'm not allowed to use the Keyblade for a boss anymore, so... Is that Ava? I don't have a homeward bone. Hmm. Well, at least we have it ready. That's all good, Ashen. Well, we did it though, chat. We took our time, and we did it. Like, imagine trying to fight that guy with all the other enemies. I would have just died again. Like, at least I'm finally... I don't know, man. I'm way too greedy, and I try to just play it like a speed run when I really can't do that. Wow. Oh my gosh, he almost hit me with that. I need to play like my life depends on it, because, well, it does. Yeah, I got int for the merchant in Wharf. I think Ella's gonna have a rough time with the new Rando, but he also plays like very careful and like patient and safe and 222. So, I mean, if he doesn't use infinite ammo though, or infinite shops. I mean, it really does make areas a lot easier when you just kill everything without them being able to do anything. I mean, I'm guilty of it too on my last run. I was using the crossbow a lot. Oh no. I should not have done that. It's okay. See, this is what I mean. It's like I'm just so greedy. Ooh, wow, so many souls here. Nice. I'm really hoping Leningrass Key is going to be here. I don't remember, does anyone remember if we looted the first item in, why is this guy dead? Oh, maybe the Lion Knight killed him? I can't remember if I looted the very first item or not. Okay. Okay. She's just gonna stand there and keep spamming fireballs. Where's... Oh man, I just want the key. I skipped it. Alright, let's go back and see. That's true. Okay. Well, no blacksmith key here. I guess we could check the path up towards... up towards that other guy. The Blue Moon Greatsword guy. The thing is, we don't really need the blacksmith's key because we have the key to the embedded. I'm gonna buy these Radiant Life Gems, however.
Bearer of the curse. See, lest this. Bearer, see, lest this. Lest this land.
All right, I mean, we actually have this. I will say this is a really good start that we have going here. I don't know, Kokuya, maybe. People are saying I should wait for it to get, like, more updates first, but... 15 in for the Throne Sword. Yeah, we do need to get other weapons that we can use for bosses. You know, I think it is a good idea, though, not to, like, throw away the weapons. Just because... like, if... It kind of makes it really makes no difference either way, because if I'm not throwing away the weapon, then I'm not gonna use it for a boss ever, because I want to keep it for like killing mobs, if that makes sense. So yeah. Like, it'll be nice to be able to keep all my upgraded weapons that I have for killing, like, trash mobs and stuff. Alright, well, no key here. I mean, it actually has to be in the wharf then. I think we do a full loot of the wharf now that we're pretty buffed up and try to get the key. At least we have a lot of ADP now. So like I gotta say, having the Keyblade like makes this rando actually feel somewhat manageable. Which is why I think it would be really nice if more weapons came pre-upgraded. Or at least like have the possibility of getting like a higher possibility. Because you can get pre-upgraded weapons, but it's so uncommon. Okay, is there an item in here? There is. I don't think there's an item in there. And having iframes is so nice. Yeah, Juicy Moose. It honestly did feel like it. Maybe I just got lucky though. Dude! What? Where the Where did this guy come from? Oh, that did so much damage. Okay, relax. Everything's fine. Okay, Chad, there is an illusory wall, like, in one of these buildings, I remember. It's under Goblin, okay. Probably should have used Charm. There's nothing in this building, I think. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, wait. I remember where it is. I remember. Avoid the dragon butt. Why? Why is there so many horrible, horrible, horrible enemies? Is this a mimic, or is this actually? Is there anything else in here? I think there is another item. Oh yeah. Alright, the key's gotta be here. It's like soon. It's gotta be coming up. It has to be. Dude, I don't know how much damage that guy would have dealt, but he might have been able to kill me. That random hollow might have just killed me there. If his AI, that's insane, man. And now, okay, that's fine. I think I'm just gonna buy all the charms. I mean, hell, that's a lot of healing. Charms are not bad. Alright, well... there's this chest. And then there's... one more chest, like one more room over here. My god, not cancer enemies? It's a miracle? The key has to be here. If the key isn't here, then we missed it. Somewhere. Like, it has to be here. You haven't been to Forest? Oh wait, have I not? Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Wow, there's 2 Estus shards though. We got the illusory wall, I believe. 40 life gems, yeah. It's really good. I'm gonna get some Vit so I can put on some, like, better armor, I guess. Wait, did I go? Oh yeah, there was a, oh god, there was a horse here. You missed the chest in the area where you fought the saber-toothed tiger. Do you mean Heidi's Tower of Flame before Old Dragon Slayer, where I killed the tiger that was stuck on the stairwell? Because... if there was a chest I didn't loot, it was most likely a mimic. Just saying. Because there's no way I fucking missed that chest. I'm dead. Well, that was a good run. That's cool. Should have known, I guess. I don't know where the second one came from. The horses just aggro from literally miles away. They're just fucking bullshit. They're just fucking bullshit, bro. Like, what could I have done there? Nothing. Actually nothing. And then of course he, yeah. I get lightninged in, I mean, I don't know. I guess it is, I say nothing, but maybe I could have avoided that. The problem is he did the lightning right against the wall, so I had no choice but to go. Like the lightning hitbox extends behind the horse, but it doesn't really go very far in front of the horse. But I don't think I could have done anything because the wall. Like I get hit here and then he's already doing it. Like the safe zone to the lightning is like over to the right here in front of him. Maybe instead of rolling this way, I should have rolled this way, I guess. But yeah, see, like when he smashed down, the safe zone is like in front of his head, but the safe zone was against the wall, so I had no choice but to go this direction. Maybe if I went to the left, I could have avoided it. I think if I went left, maybe I would have survived a bit longer, but I don't know. You know what's funny though? Had I not put on the armor, I might have survived here because I would have rolled far enough away. I don't know. I feel like the armor is kind of a meme sometimes. Goes both ways, I guess. And I think the horses are fine. It's just the aggro is the dumb part. They, you know what though? Like right there, chat, I could have, instead of fighting the horse, we could have made him fall off. We did that before actually. Here, you know what? I'm gonna boot up DS2 again and I'm gonna try that real quick, because we could have made him fall off. Like, we knew the horse was there. I probably should have baited him off the cliff instead of doing that. Again, I mean, I'm not resetting. I'm just going back and I'm gonna try this. I just want to see if I can, if this is like consistent. I was also taking more damage because I had Ring of the embedded on. It's just crazy though, you have like 40 vigor and it doesn't even matter. I think it doesn't even do anything. This run was going well, I was actually feeling pretty good. I mean, we would have been able to kill that horse no problem if he was on his own. God, dropping there is terrible. Yeah, instead, well, yeah, I guess you just need to bait the charge. The question is, like, how did that other horse aggro to me? I guess I went slightly too far down the... I mean, like, he's not even visible. Wait. Oh my god, are you kidding me? You can see him. For those who don't, he's right up here. He's the enemy that's up on the... Dude, how? How? What? Dude, what the fuck is this game? Like, you just... what the fuck? Why? Why? That's insane. That's so insane. How the fuck does he see me from there? Keep this run going? I died, man. What's the point of doing permadeath if you're just gonna cheat and just keep going? I like how the moment I turn off local sub, it's somebody telling me to just keep going even though I already died. Hey, Taylor, thank you for the sub. Yeah, that's crazy. That's actually fucking just absolutely bonkers. I mean, I guess... Man, you know, I would love to see Dark Souls 2, like, vision cones. Because enemy aggro is based on vision, right? But the horses belong to a different area with different mechanics. Yeah, for sure. But I would love to see like an actual a visualized version of the enemies like view cones or whatever you want to call them. It would be... The horses are probably insane. It probably goes for miles. Because I think what happened is just, you know, when we... Because it aggroed when we went up here, right? Like, we had enough height where we were in the perfect range where the vision, like, probably hit our head. Because when we're down here, right, we're blocked. Like, we could see him, but he couldn't see us because we were behind the wall. He did not hear me. He did not hear me. I will prove that wrong right now. There's no way he heard me. Makes sense since they're in the blind area. I think that's just copium. I think that's insane copium. Wait, hold on, I need to... Yeah, it has nothing to do with sound. Because, alright, first off, I have the Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring on. Masks the sounds of its wearer, right? Okay? Now watch. I mean, I don't know, I'm just, see, this is what this right here is what happens when I turn off local sub, because it's just like, I can't help but want to prove chat wrong, even though, I mean, like, there's no need for me to do that, but when somebody says something and they're wrong, I want to show them that they're wrong. Like, there you go. How did he hear me? He didn't hear shit. He just saw me. That's crazy though, man. You have to be so careful. Man. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it a night. I think next stream we might actually play something else and take a break from the DS2 rando for like a day or two, because this rando is kind of starting to get to me. It's kind of frustrating at times. It is fun, but I think I need a break for a day or two. I don't know what I'm gonna play. There's a pretty cool horror game called Look Outside that I've heard good things about. I might try that. There's also the Monster Hunter Wilds title update tomorrow, so maybe we'll do some Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know. I think I'm still enjoying the DS2 rando, but I do think I need a break for like a day or two, because yeah, it's definitely starting to get on my nerves. Like, I don't know. Honestly, I think if the DS2 rando had like an area randomizer or something like that, like you started at a random area or there was like Foggate rando, I could probably play it for like ages, but the start of the run gets a little like repetitive with running to Dragon Rider, and I mean, at least there's like some different options as to how you approach the start, but the start, like the first hour or two, is always going to be the same. It's like Last Giant, Wharf, and like Dragon Slayer. You're always doing the same route. And the thing is, I streamed for almost 10 hours today. We didn't get a single run where we got the fragrant branches of yore. So we couldn't even go to the Shaded Woods, which gives us access. If we find the King's Ring, we can go to Aldia's Keep, Dragon Airy. If we have enough soul memory, we can go to Dranglake Castle. We can also go to like do Najka and Rat Authority and Freya. There's like that entire route is just never fucking available, and it's kind of annoying. Like I wish that the fragrant branch was more common, because it would be nice to have that extra area that you could go to instead of just beating your head against the Forest of the Fallen Giants. Thought it was guaranteed to drop in this mod. I mean, you're guaranteed to get it. Just you're not guaranteed to get it right away. But I mean, you will get the fragrant branches at some point. It's just random, and you get all of them at once. It's just, the thing is, there's one single location in the game where you get the branches. So if you don't find that location, you don't get them. And I don't think that the branches are set up in a way where they're prioritizing spawning early. Like the branches could be 10 hours in. So yeah. Yeah, I really think the branch, like having the branches be split into like several stacks, or at least guaranteeing a branch early, would be really nice. You think they would clog up other item locations? I mean, if there was 25 separate pickups, then yeah, I mean, it would kind of take up like more item locations, but you could also have it be split into like, the thing is, I mean, there's like fucking 3,000 items to pick up in DS2. Like, is 25 branches really that big of a deal? Not really. I mean, hell, there's probably like, I bet like 1,000 of the items that are already in the pool are already fucking completely useless anyways. You know, just like Covenant items and shitty weapons and the crappy buff items. Yeah. Hopefully Chains, I don't know, maybe I'll send him a message with like some suggestions. I mean, it's obviously up to him whether he wants to implement anything, but yeah, guys, I will see you all tomorrow, I think. I think I'll be streaming tomorrow. I do need to like take a day off soon though. I've been streaming nonstop for quite some time now. But yeah, thank you all for being here, guys. Sorry I got a little frustrated today, but this rando is actually fucking suffering sometimes. It's like genuinely, it's fucked up. I don't think it needs to be that way though. I think it can still be plenty challenging while being slightly less RNG. I think if the creator of the rando makes it so branches are more common early game and you can find like somewhat pre-upgraded weapons, like even just a few upgrades, like +2 or +3 on like a smithing weapon or like a +1 like boss weapon or twinkly weapon, I think that would go like a long way to making the early game feel less terrible.